Hello, I hope you're all good, guys. I'm playing with some earplugs in today, and my god is it weird. I don't think they're going to last very long. I've got Loop Experience 2 headset in. Earplugs in. Loop Experience 2 Plus. But it feels like I'm in a swimming pool, like my ears are plugged, so it feels like I've got my head underwater. It's really strange. And so it's a good job no one else is in the house, because I'm probably shouting like fuck talking right now. It's very weird. But I don't think they're the right things for me at all, but I'll try them today anyway, just to see how they go. But my money's on they come out within the next couple of minutes. We'll see. It's very weird. I can almost hear my heart beating inside my own ears. Anyway, I'm going to get in the server in a second. Well, yeah, I've got them. They will be quite useful in other ways, Pinkster. Like I can... Oh, Switzerland beat Algeria. That's a shame. Well, it's not a shame. Good on them, but I predicted Algeria. I didn't know the score. It seems like the Croatia game yesterday was somewhat contentious. That sucks. So what we got today? Australia versus Egypt, Argentina versus Cape Verde, and then there's probably a game afterwards as well. Colombia versus Ghana. They're not that great today. The Argentina game I wouldn't mind watching. Time's the Argentina game? 11 o'clock, yeah, I can probably watch that. Earplugs is something you get used to over time. Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely want to give them a try, but what they're for, they're to reduce the sound level, obviously. They reduce the dB, but you're meant to be able to hear still clarity. But they're meant for things like going to a concert, so you can enjoy the music but reduce the volume. I understand that makes sense, but when you're using headphones to play a game, like this music that's playing right now, at the level I usually have it, I couldn't hear it. So all I've done is put earplugs in, and then I've got to turn the sound up to be able to hear the music. So yes, it's making it quiet, but then I'm just having to turn it up so I can hear it, you know. But I think it's...
Best entertainment.
I think, like, for example, when I fly, I'll put them in when I fly, and it will reduce the noise in the background and stuff. It kind of makes sense, I think. OMG, my day off just got epic. Well, GG, dude. Thank you. DVX, thank you very much. Cheers for the support. G-Wills, thank you. Love. Hales, thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. Hawk, thank you. Russia, thank you as well. Russia. Yeah, they're good for something like going to a concert, but I don't think they're really for what I'm using them for. I don't think they're going to do the job. But I'll give them a try just to see. If it reduces the ear ringing and I can still hear, great. But it seems counterintuitive that you put earplugs in to reduce the sound, and then you have to turn the volume up so you can hear the sound. You know, it's kind of like cancelling each other out, I think. But we shall see. I remember playing PC games with speakers back in the day. I had speakers with my Amiga 500. Hi Tiger Lily, hope you're good. Proud Father, thank you very much for the support. Right, I should be getting in the server any sec. Oh shit. Oh, well, that's a bit bigger than I thought. They cut out the harsh frequencies should help a lot. I used to get those when I play shows, and they help a great deal. Just weird to get used to. Oh, well, I'll give it a try, circling. How many hours do I have in game? Considerably more than 20,000, but I don't know exactly, dude. Hi Pesky, yeah, I enjoyed the Amiga 500. My favourite probably was Premier Manager 1 and 2, but lots of other games as well. I remember Altered Beast and Back to the Future 2 and many other games from back in the day.
Morning. If Eng wins at Mex, I'll donate 100 subs.
Well, I'm trying to talk myself into the fact that they're going to do it, Irish Killer. Thank you very much for the support. I hope they do, but cheers for the 18 months. It's such a weird thing because the home advantage for them is so big, but at the end of the day, they aren't that good. They've got a really good young winger, but their players aren't that great. They're a decent team, but they've got a massive home advantage, you know. if they beat England, they'll get beat in the next round by Brazil because it won't be a Mexico, you know. But nonetheless, everyone rightly is bigging up the home advantage and the altitude and everything, and it makes a lot of sense. But if Mexico and England were playing anywhere else in the world, Mexico would be massive underdogs. Of course they would. I hope Argentina loses against Cape Verde. I think everybody does except for Argentinians, Garrett. And I don't dislike Argentinians or anything, but it would be great if they got knocked out. Now, Redline, you're not allowed to say not going to happen. You know, you're not allowed to express your opinion that way. Otherwise, that dude on Twitter will be retweeting you for the next 6 months. Are there hackers on experimental official servers? I guess it's possible, but I've not had too many. I know, Redline. He never replied to me. He replied to you. He didn't reply to me, cheeky bastard. Revan, yeah, it's all good, thank you. I struggled yesterday. The loot is low on the experimental servers. It's quite hard to get geared. Vapor, thank you for the follow. DVX, Proud Fader, and Irish Killer, thank you very much.
If they
Irish
beat
Killer.
Mexico, I promise I'll donate 100 subs. If Mexico wins, I'll donate 50.
Either of those
Sounds
things
fair.
are very generous, but I ain't going to hold it to you, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Like, I'm just hoping that England wins, to be fair. I think it's more fun if you're going to do it, just go with if England win 100, if Mexico win nothing. I think that's more fair, right? Otherwise, you're out of pocket either way. Badlands looking insanely good. Bohemia did good. Can't wait to play. Yeah, me too. I haven't seen the hotboxed. I haven't seen the offside, but I haven't seen it as in I haven't seen the clip. But I've seen that they used some kind of snickometer, which seems ridiculous. Like I don't know, some kind of snickometer like in cricket. And from all accounts, from what I've read, the audio spike was not in line with the video. Like, yeah, it's crazy. And if I see one more person say offsides with an S on the end, I think I'm going to delete the internet until after the World Cup. It's offside. There's no offsides. It's offside. Take the S off. It's not offsides. Every time I see offsides, I want to fucking kill myself. Bogdan, thank you for the 20 months. Your mouth is a snickometer when I see a Snickers bar. Ooh. Bogdan, thank you very, very much. Cheers for the support, dude. It was offsides, innit? Cheers, Shotgun. I know I could rely on you.
Get to running. Enjoy, everyone.
Offsides, D's nuts. Yeah. I feel that way about that's besides the point. Exactly. That's besides the point. Ooh. In real football, it's offsides. Is it? In real football. In real football. Science Guy, thank you for the prime. Well, at the level I've got the headphones now, I can hear the alerts and I can just about play the game, I think. Well, I don't know. I'm not even in the game, but... Have you got your new car, Paul? Here in Oz, I couldn't use an EV, but you were selling it to me. Zach, I have, yeah. I've had it about 3 or 4 weeks. I've done crazy long trips in it, actually. It's good, yeah. It's really, really good. I had to go and pick my daughter up from the Yorkshire Dales the other day, and so I did like 430 odd miles. I did charge it at an EV charging point on the way back, but I think I would have just about done it without, but I didn't want to do it. Well, whoever wrote that red line is an idiot, you know. Adidas are not the sage of all things. Just like I read an article earlier from Twitter about some guy from ESPN and his predictions for who could win the World Cup, and he put America above England. I don't think America and England can win the World Cup, but only a fucking blind man would put America above England in the chances to win it. Especially in the, to be honest, if America were in the half of the draw England were in, and England were in the half of the draw America were in, I might actually make that make sense, you know, because Americans' half of the draw is much harder, you know. But nonetheless, they're in the harder half of the draw. You should worry about Mexico first. I am worried about Mexico. I think it's a 50-50 game. I am worried about it. But playing Mexico is not any harder or easier than playing Belgium. But after that, you've got a much harder game than England have, if you get through. Cheers, Mick. Science Guy, thank you very much. Hi, D. Sean. I've got those earphones in, dude. Not earphones. I've got those loop things in. They just came just before the stream started. They're weird. It feels like I'm swimming underwater. They're really weird. It's very, very strange. I don't know if they're really going to work for this, though. So, like, I put my headphones on and I couldn't hear the starting soon music. So all I've done is I've put these earplugs in, and then everything's too quiet. So I've now had to turn the volume up. So I feel like I've put earplugs in to reduce the decibels and turn the volume up to compensate. So I don't know. Unless they take out certain frequencies, then maybe that makes sense. But otherwise, I just feel like I've drowned out the decibels and then turned the volume up to make up for it. England staying in the US for the time being. Yeah, I've heard something about how they're going to delay their getting there. But if I'm honest, whatever they say is the reason. If they're trying to get there later, I strongly suspect it's to do with the altitude, you know. It's been widely reported that they were planning on getting there 2 days before the game, but they're much better off getting in there as late as physically possible if they can. Well, I haven't said that, Redline. I predicted them to win in the game they won the other day. I still think I might predict them to beat Belgium, but it's going to be hard without that dude that deserved the red card. Oh, Redline, you just keep jabbing that knife in, you do. I'm glad it's not at me. England permitted to use Viagra to help with performance in the altitude. What? They were permitted to use Viagra, or they're going to run running around with erections?
Happy anniversary to my favorite Manz. Hope you have a great stream full of good gear and lots of kills.
FIFA rules say they need to be there 2 days
America
before.
Land.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
TRMZ love.
That's a real thing. If USA gets through Belgium and then upset Spain, would a part of you start to think maybe they can actually win? Of course I would, yeah. If they beat Spain, I think they could. I'd be like, maybe they can. But that's like saying, I don't know, if my cock grew to 12 inches, I might be able to be a porn star, you know. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. And they still won't be hard enough to win. The match, Pinkster, the England game is Sunday night, but it's 1 a.m, so it's effectively Monday morning, but after Sunday evening. I do a lot of shooting IRL. Good hearing protection is so finicky and takes a lot of trial and error to find the one for you. Maybe you have a future company there, hearing protection for gamers. Dude, it would be there is market for it because it really does cause ear ringing. If you could find a solution that works and monetize it, you could like don't cause yourself damage while gaming. You know, if you could sell that for, I don't know, $50 or less, you'd be onto a winner, I think. It may not be long, but she sure is skinny. I'd be rooting for the USA, though. I want them to get through. If they get through against Belgium, I'll be rooting for them against America. Against Spain. But hoping they win is different than thinking they'll win, isn't it, you know? Avitech, cheers for the support, dude. Thanks very, very much. Do you know what, guys? I think I have got a bit of a headache. I haven't drunk enough this morning. I've had a lot before the stream, but I'm just going to go and get a couple of paracetamol before we get in. I won't be long. Gillet, thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it. is your equalizer thing? Well, Banks, I've only been using it 3 days, so the ear ringing hasn't stopped in 3 days. But these things have come, so I just thought I'd throw both at it and see if I could help. You know, it'd be great if I can mitigate it some. I'd be very relieved because it's been doing my head in for a while. It goes away when I take time off, but it's now getting to the point where it comes back within the first stream. You know, it used to take a while to come back, but now it's just there most of the time. So I need to do something. But anyway, right, I'm going to go and get 2 paracetamol. I'll be back in a sec. It's not Badlands Real Road Dog, it's the road to Badlands. So it's things like road, like convoys with like desert camo zombies and the Scar H, which is going to be in Badlands. Like there's stuff like that running on experimental Chernarus. What are my thoughts on the DayZ 2 news? Bear Grylls. Honestly, I'm just glad that there's something coming.
This guy called the TRMZ. All I want is an autograph, but he just keeps on running. Haha.
Boss, thank you for the support, dude. You'll have to turn up at TwitchCon or something, and then I'll sign your moobs and everything. I mean pecs. Yeah, I'm excited for DayZ 2, Bear Grylls. It's a long time away though, so it's not like it's going to be tomorrow or next year, but it's good, especially for me as a content douche. It's nice to know that there is something coming. You know, it's nice to know that there's a future beyond now. You know, I think that's good. Yeah, me too, Neil Dram. I'm sure they will keep the core gameplay though. How much was released about DayZ 2? Just the fact that they're making it, Josh, really nothing else. They've just confirmed that it's something they're doing and that's it. You'd be pissed, would you, Toller? Thank you for the super chat, dude. I appreciate it. I hope you're well. I wish I was there in the States for the 4th Mikhails. Miss Portland is saying with her dad. Her dad lives more in the country, like not in Portland, but more east. And I'd very much like to be there. That'd be great. We saw the poster hanging, Angel. Yeah, they set us up. They took us out on a V3S truck for a spin, and then when we got back, they brought us into this different area on the edge of a forest, and they had the sign up, and the guy standing next to the sign was the lead producer of the game, or the project lead of DayZ 2. Are you sure it's the games that's causing the issue of tinnitus? I had the issue with silent stomach acid. It's definitely the headphone use while playing DayZ, David. Yeah, because if I take 2 weeks off from streaming, it goes away. If I have, like when I go to Portland, the ear ringing gradually diminishes the longer I've not streamed. And then when I come back, I put the headphones on, I stream once or twice, and it's back straight away. It's actually really, if you do a Google search for gaming and ear ringing, it's a really common thing amongst gamers, and obviously I'm on the extreme end because I play so much with headphones on, right? As long as the lag is brought over to DayZ 2, we'll all jump for it. We'll all stutter for it, will we? Oh, the joys of having queue priority. Yeah, no queue priority on experimental. Yeah, coach. I'm going to be going there in a couple of weeks. It should be good. I'm just trying stuff for the time being, Emperor. To be honest, I do need to go to the doctors. Like, I'll have to book a GP appointment, basically, and I'll go and I'll talk to them, and they'll do nothing, but they'll probably refer me to an audiologist, and I ought to do that. But the reality is, my guess is they're just going to say, well, yeah, you're using headphones, and that's what's causing it, you know. I don't think they'll do a great deal, but nonetheless, I'm trying a few things to mitigate it now. Easy, you can't stream with speakers, dude, because it picks when you talk into the microphone, the speaker noise comes through the microphone, and you'd hear it. You'd get like a double sound effect. Have I ever been to the US on the 4th? Nope. Yeah, I've got open back headphones. I've been to the US on my birthday before, which is July the 21st. And I am obviously going to be there on my birthday again this time, but never been on the 4th. To be perfectly honest, dude, from I know this is hard to hear because Independence Day is about being independent from like the royal British rule, if you like, or the monarchy and all that shit from back in the day, but from somebody from England's perspective, Independence Day is a film with Will Smith where he kills aliens. You know? It's not something that we think about at all. You know, we don't get to July the 4th and think about anything at all. Literally, Independence Day to most of us is the two films, and the first one was good and the second one wasn't. When do I travel? July the 14th. So I've got it's 11 days. Not that I'm counting. Been counting since whenever. There was a second Independence Day. Yeah, it was made a few years back. It was okay, but it was basically the same as the first, but not as good. Speaking of birthdays, you turned 38 yesterday. Happy birthday, dude. 38 is I don't know why you've put in any little doofers on that, dude. 38, just stick with it. Have confidence, you know. JGD Gamers, thank you for the 48. Dog Slave, thank you very much. At this point, I'll be running with my Zimmer. Yeah, me too. Redemptor, thank you for the 10. Focus, thank you as well. Tola, thank you very much for the support. I hope I get it. Angel, thank you very much too. Cheers for the membership. Zero, possibly, yeah. And I like going. I like going. The people that you meet when you're there are great. It's a good place to go. I enjoy it a lot. I think a lot of it is social media and one or two other factors, which I don't want to talk about. But like, there's a lot of noise. But there's a lot of noise about everywhere, you know. And then you go there, and it's fine. Angel, thank you very much once again. Well, that's what I've got in right now, Slider Mike. I've got a pair of recommended by Deshawn, who uses them for DJing. I've got a pair of little earbuds in that are called Loop Experience 2 Plus, which are designed to allow you to hear but reduce the volume down a bit of certain frequencies and whatnot. So yeah, what you're describing is what I've got in right now, Slider Mike. Would I stream DayZ with Miss Portland? I can neither confirm nor deny that Miss Portland's ever played DayZ. All right, we did play DayZ together in, like, I don't know, November last year, briefly, off stream, just for a little run. So she has played it at least once, that I know of. How many folks on this server? It's full, dude. You've just seen me queue into it. I'm not going to tell you the exact number because it's like telling you what server I'm in. I'm not going to do that, like, you know, that'd be dumb. But it's full. I've just had to queue to get in. Did take a while, didn't it? So I can hear me going up the ladder, okay? I don't know if I've got it too loud or whatnot now. I'm just going to tweak around with the volume. I still want to know about Miss Portland's cat. Well, if I can get a good picture and she's willing, I'll try and share a picture on Instagram. Just for you, Donk, okay? I believe it's Miss Portland's cat's 10th birthday this weekend. 10. Much like a certain streamer, she looks good for her age, I'd say. So modest. Is this Badlands? No, it's Chernarus. There's an experimental patch called The Road to Badlands, which has got some of the tech on it that's going to come in Badlands, like Scar H rifle and convoys that are from Badlands, and desert gear and some different clothing and stuff. I agree, Amish said good, looks good for his age. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. I nearly swore then, Pinkster, but I'm trying to be nice. Today's a day I'm normally off. You're right, I should be off, but Maggie, my daughter, is in... she's on a school trip round... it's a history trip. She's going to like World War 1 and 2 sites, and she sent me some pictures. She seems to be really enjoying it so far. It was really good, actually. Like, but she sent me some pictures of different things and what she's seen and little trinkets that she's bought and whatnot. It's kind of cool. She certainly seems to be enjoying herself, which is good. Yeah, I know, Whiskey List. It's just, if I say that, it just, obviously, not necessarily for you, but everyone else hears as well, you know. Clearly you're the one that's not stream sniping, but everybody else is, but somebody might, is the point, you know. I'm very lucky. I've looked dreadful no matter what my age, so getting older isn't such an issue. Oh dear. Well, I can see you're very much a glass is half empty kind of dude. You're my kind of people, Rick. I certainly, I may post it on Insta at some point, but there's a picture of me. I'll cut it so it's just me. I was sitting next to my ex, so obviously I don't want to post a picture of her. It would be fair, right? But anyway, I might try and post a picture of me watching a World Cup game if I can, or like me now while the World Cup is on. It will do even. Next to me watching the World Cup, because 4 years ago, my God, literally I was twice the man I used to be. You know, Jesus Christ. I looking back, I don't even remember that, but it was. And in that picture, I must be 20 and a half, nearly 21 stone, I guess. That the picture I'm going to share. So I must be 6 stone heavier than I am now, which is like 84 plus pounds. What's the best thing in your opinion about the current experimental changes? Media, if I'm being honest, I've not really played very much. There's some more bug fixing, but I've not played enough to really work that out. I had 2 lives yesterday. I struggled to get loot. The loot economy seems a bit sparse.
Looks like you had a
I lived about 3 to 3.5 hours twice, and then I died. And I didn't get any good guns. I died once with a BK-18 and a shotgun. And the next life I went to a helicopter crash site and died without really anything. They've fixed some bugs in 129 Zdensk, but there are still some. They're not all gone. Jeebus, I really enjoyed the Chernarus trip. It was, the Prague trip, but seeing the real Chernarus, it was brilliant. I hope there's one next year. I'm really hopeful there is. And I hope I get invited. But it's... For the last 2 times we've been to Prague, I think we've all been secretly hoping they might mention DayZ 2, and they didn't. This time they finally have admitted they're making it, and it's on the way sometime. Which means that if there is another trip next year, then there might be more to find out. There might be more information. It's exciting because now they've let the cat out of the bag. They might start showing us some details. You know, they might start showing a little bit of leg. I mean, who knows? Thank you, Whiskey. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased. You need to be carried by Holly or something. Well, I don't think I did anything wrong, Banks. It's just hard, you know. It's hard to... like, the loot's just not there. You can't be carried. You're going to the right places and the loot's low. Sometimes it can just be that you're unlucky and you keep looting somewhere someone's been, you know.
Glad you're getting yourself in shape, smiley face.
Cheers, Skunky. Yeah, I'm kind of doing it. Yeah, I'm about... What am I at the moment? I think I'm 203 pounds. I think. I'm 14 stone 7 at the moment. I think that's 203 pounds. And in an ideal world, I kind of want to be about 190-ish, maybe 185. But if I stay where I am now, that's amazing. Like, I was 284 a bit more than a year ago. What's that in kg? I'm somewhere around 90 conky, but that's a guess. I don't know exactly what it is in kg. Maybe just a smidge under 90, but it's a guess. Someone's saying it's 92, but let me... 203... Oh, fuck me dead. LBS in kilo. Yeah, it's 92. Okay, you did it for me. I don't know why I doubted you. So yeah, it's 92 kilos. Experimental has been really sparse for you gun-wise as well. Kempus, yeah, I'm glad it's not just me then. It is, yeah, it's tricksy. It's not bad when it's hard like that, but when it's a problem is if you've coming up against someone that was in the last experimental and they've still got gear, you know, because they don't wipe characters, do they? So you start as a new spawn and you're struggling, but some fucker that played the last experimental has got crazy good gear, you know, it can cause a bit of an imbalance. Instead, you're doing the mirror and annoy the wife fitness test, are you? Feedback test. Interesting, Conky. I think it's a good idea not to get too obsessed with the scale, like especially if you're doing exercising and weightlifting and whatnot. But it's not a bad idea to know where you're at. My scales are kind of they're electronic, but they quite nicely. They do have a body fat percentage like calculator on there. So there's little sensors. So it gives you a body fat percentage, which is quite handy. You know, sometimes you can be the same weight as you were 3 weeks ago, but your body fat percentage is down like nearly 1% or something. You know, you're actually it's possible that you're still making progress, but the scales aren't necessarily showing it. Title doesn't correspond to Badlands reported. MA9. Oh no. Oh no. Please. Please don't report me for playing the DayZ experimental Road to Badlands patch, which DayZ devs called it themselves. Please don't report me. Please. I won't sleep at night. Please. Please. I'll do anything. Meanwhile, maybe you should tell the devs off for releasing an experimental patch called Road to Badlands, where they've got some of the Badlands tech on Chernarus. And the title clearly says Chernarus dash Road to Badlands experimental. Yeah, I didn't say anything about BMI, Bear Grylls. I said body fat percentage. Oh, fuck. I didn't even look. I've got no knife. Fuck me dead. I can still hear all of these noises well. Yeah, I broke my leg here the other day. I stepped on a bear trap, yeah.
I tried to play experimental yesterday, spawned in, found a garden hoe, then got shot in the face.
Tried to play experimental, spawned in, found a garden hoe, then got shot in the face. I think I'd rather have that than this. It is, I broke my leg here yesterday, yep. Probably on the same bear trap, to be fair. I think the bear trap was in here, and now it's out there. Yeah, we've had 20 minutes. Well, definitely, we're going to have 20 more minutes of talking to the chat now. I don't really want to use my bandage, but if I find another one in here, then we definitely will. I don't think we're finding another bandage. Fuck. Well, we're going to try, Suri. We're going to try and find the scar, but I found one convoy yesterday. I did find a new helmet, but I didn't find anything else.
How is this possible?
Crowbar in shed. Yeah, can I? Yeah, that's a good shout. I can probably make it with the crowbar. I think you can cut rags with the crowbar, can't you? That's a good shout. Fuck it, respawn. I don't underkick. I know I should, but it's I like to play the hand that I'm dealt. Like, if I'll sometimes suicide because I don't want to do the same spawn I've done. Like, if I spawn in Berezino and do a 4-hour life and then die and spawn in Berezino, I might think, nah, bollocks, I'm not doing that. I've just done it. I want something varied, and I'll suicide, right? But if I've been playing for 15 minutes and then I get an illness or I get shot to red health or I break my leg, I never suicide in those circumstances. Yes, it's easier, but it just seems more fun to play the hand you're dealt, you know. I didn't explore any of the tunnels, no. I did see George, Freshborn George, running around in some underground bit somewhere, yeah. Because he was sitting next to me. Otterhead, thank you for the 43 months. Arnie, thank you. Typical Hunks, thank you very, very much as well. Yeah, I'm going to the crowbar, David. We're getting there. I think it's just in this shed. I couldn't pick it up because it doesn't go on your back, so it's still in here as far as I remember. Just gone fucking hungry as well. That's perfect. The group spawning is still there, Richard. Yeah, it's just slightly smaller time scale, I think, but it still exists. It does, yeah. There may be some fruit here, so I might be able to get some fruit. That might be handy. Cheers, Danny boy. Hope you're good. Hi Paul and all, if you want to drop fat and lose weight, try carnivore or ketovore for a month or so, you'll feel great. Well, I've done it already, dude. I've lost the 81 pounds already. I've lost the weight. I'm not needing to do that. So those things can work. I'm not trying to poo-poo them, but that's not the sort of thing for me, dude. So I've done it slowly, trying to lose a pound or two a week, and I've done it by eating a healthy, balanced diet and like exercising more, you know, and I've just done it over slow, right? I think if we want to do something like that, if you've got a wedding coming up or something, or if you've got an important event and you need to lose weight quick, then that's great. But if you've got time and you're just trying to change your lifestyle forever, I don't think that's the best thing to do. I think it's great if you've got like a goal and you need to drop weight quickly for a goal, like for an event or for a whatever it might be. But if you're trying to change your habits and change your ways and become a healthier person for the rest of your life, I don't think that's a great thing to do. Two dry pears. This tree here also spawns fruit sometimes too, I think.
Hello, Paul.
Hi, fat boy. Hope you're good, dude. Thank you. When will the alien quest continue? The video of me carrying on that quest will be out on YouTube hopefully tomorrow, depending on how thing goes. That's great, Neil. I'm not at all saying it don't work. You know, like everyone's different and everyone's got different goals. And the thing for me, and I've talked about it a lot, but it took me 10 to 15 years to put all the weight on. I think the right way to lose isn't to try to do it in a month. You know, like it took me 10 years to get as fat as I was. I think it's okay to spend a year or so losing it gradually and building habits that I can stick to. You know, I just think that's the better way to be. But that doesn't mean your way's wrong. Like, you know, whatever works for you, works for you. You know, I completely get it. If it worked, I'm very glad. Harry. Hello, gorgeous. Hello, sailor. You're right, dude. Thank you for coming in. Hope you're good, Harry. Thank you for the 73. Arnie, thank you again. That's great, Temper. £6 in 2 weeks is great, dude. GG. Apparently Finn's waiting on me. Oh, fuck me dead. He sent me something. When did that come through? I actually checked. Okay. I don't know how I'm meant to check those while I'm streaming. I'm glad he's texted me though. Right, bear with me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to just mute the mic. I won't be a sec. I'm just going to check these things that he sent me and I'll be back. Right, I'm back. Sorry guys, he sent me 2 little videos to watch with a couple of things to check, so I've done that. They're kind of good. They're nice. The intro's great. The intro's really good. I see Paul has yet another broken leg. Wow. Just like to start at the sort of the top end of DayZ's violence, speed and momentum, you know, like it's really important to start a stream strong with like absolute ultimate action and then just go AFK so you can message your editor, you know. It's military, that's insanely good though, dude. Fair play. Did you know that the original definition of the word unicorn in the 1800s was a rhino? Mind blown. I didn't know that. You sure you don't mean unicron? Unicron. I like unicrons. On the subject of mythical beings, I had the most weird dream this morning. Everyone really loves it when people tell you about weird dreams, right? But I had the weirdest dream. It was just as I was about to wake up. It was early, like late for me. My alarm was about to go off. I had a dream, and I was in the game Escape from Tarkov as a character. So I was playing, and I had like some kind of like weak SMG with something like a holo sight. And I really took my time, and I headshotted a scav, right, in Escape from Tarkov. But it was me in it, and I was really in it. And it wasn't a game, it was real, but it was Tarkov. Anyway, I shot a scav, and I went down this little like track, and I got to the end, and there was like to my left was an opening and a gate. And in front of me there was the sound of footsteps, and it sounded like a zombie from DayZ. But what came round the corner was Darth Vader dragging a dead scav in his hand. So he had like by the leg. So Darth Vader went past with his hand on the leg of a scav, and he was making zombie noises and dragging it. And it was just really weird. It was really, really weird. So obviously I'm playing Tarkov. What I decided to do was to try and shoot Darth Vader in the face. It didn't go very well. I fired both of my mags clean into his face. Unlike in real life, I hit all the shots, but it didn't damage him in any way. And then he kind of was just coming towards me as I woke up. But yeah, that was a weird one. But like dreams are, I don't get many dreams I remember, but that was just as I was waking up, so it was like the thing that woke me up. What utter twaddle that unicorn rhino fact is. Unicorns are described long before that. In the 1400s, narwhal tusks were traded as unicorn horns. Interesting. Do you want to see my narwhal tusk, baby? I can make it stand proud. Is what they would have said, I would imagine. I can be your unicorn, baby. Hi Rick, you're right, dude. The dream means, this dream means you will align with Mars and Venus and meet a new person in your life who will deliver you eggs with sweet chili sauce on a Friday. It has been foreseen. Okay. I don't need any new people in my life. Is it from a baby narwhal? I can neither confirm nor deny, Wyatt. These earplug things are weird. It's really weird. It's like talking while my head's underwater. It's so strange. Nobody laughed at your dad joke. I didn't see your dad joke. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator. Oh my god, nobody laughed at it. I can see why nobody laughed at it. It's fucking terrible. An investigator. Can I tell if it's helping? It sounds different, Tempest, but with the thing with this, the ear ringing is, like, even if I don't stream, it takes a week to 10 days to go away, so I don't think I'm going to know until the back end of next week if it's making any difference, but I'm going to stick with it now. I'm going to use the earplugs, and I'm going to use the equalizer every day, and I'm going to stick with it for the next 5 or 6 streams and then see if it makes any difference or not, because then I'll start to get a feel for whether it's working or not, I guess. There's just enough time, right? There's 11 days until I go to America Land. I'm only going to be taking, with any luck, I'm only be taking Saturday off tomorrow and then Saturday next week. So there's what, Friday, 6 streams. I think there's like 7 or 8 streams between now and when I go away. In theory, maybe 9. And so there's enough there to see if it starts making a difference, I think. Did I put the centre rubber piece in? D-Shaw, no, I've not put the mute thing in yet, so that takes another 3 decibels off, but I've just left the... I've just got the medium earplugs in and put them in like that. I've not put the extra bit in. Stevie, thank you very much for the support. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Stevie Core. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. That's really, really generous. In your dream, the scav you killed represents your regular life obstacles, and Darth Vader represents death. You know there is nothing you can really do against Vader, but you still try anyway. Opt, what if I've left a bit of the dream out, which is that when I failed to kill Darth Vader, he then grabs me and we end up next to each other in a bed, and he pulls his mask up and underneath is Emma Thompson. What if that's next part of the dream? But I didn't say that because it made it a bit more freaky and I wasn't quite ready to go there. But what if I ended up in bed with Darth Vader, but underneath the mask was Emma Thompson? Then what? Emma Thompson's the lady that plays... She's in Nanny McPhee, right? She wasn't Nanny McPhee. She was more like she was in Love Actually, kind of. It was like that, Emma Thompson.
Years of watching you in this great game.
It means you're very odd. I don't think it does. Right, result. Sorry, but Uncle Vader has much better taste. What, than me? Emma Thompson is my father. Search my feelings, I know it to be true. She could see my lightsaber. Oh, I don't know. Keep just sitting ordering x-rays for my patients next week. I keep writing ear instead of elbow. Change the subject. Nothing orthopedic though. I'll be fucked. Sorry, dude. So yeah, I've got a bit of a dicey knee at the moment, you know. I'm wondering if I maybe need to get that looked at. Did she feel my presence? No, we didn't get that far. I woke up. To be honest, in the dream, I was still trying to get away from her. Like, I knew that it was a trap. I didn't believe it really was Emma Thompson. I thought there was some dodginess afoot, you know. I thought it was Vader trying to tricksy me, you know. So I was trying to get away, and I was like, no, I was trying to pull away from what was going on. There was no sexy time, but anyway, I was trying to get out of the bed from Darth Vader / Emma Thompson, and that's exactly the moment when I woke up. Why am I coming to the States? I'm trying to class the place up a bit, bro. I met somebody last October when I was in San Francisco, and we were in a long-term relationship, so I'm going to see her. I think I said relationship. I couldn't really talk. But anyway, yeah, my other half lives in America Land, Portland, Oregon. So I'm going to spend 2 weeks with her. Did you see the Klopp news? I'm not at all surprised, dude. I honestly feel like his next job was... I think he's been holding out for maybe potentially getting the Germany job, and I can completely see it. I think it's the perfect job for him, and I hope he gets it. I think it'd be interesting to see what he can do with Germany. You know, they've got some good players, but they're seemingly in a bit of a dire straits right now. I think it's the right job. I think he's done quite a lot of club management. I feel like
Iron number 39. They've been everywhere. DayZ mug for €16.54.
I feel like I don't feel like Barcelona or Real Madrid or something really seems like a job he would want. I could be wrong, but I don't feel like it. I think it's his next step. It's kind of... It makes sense. Thank you very much for the merch purchasing. Appreciate it. And Mr. Braidnow, thank you as well. So there was a dead zombie in the corner I didn't kill, which means that there's some dodginess afoot. Someone's been and taken all the food off of here by the look of it. Yeah, I think he'd be good as a national team manager. I do. I bet if he was manager of England, we'd have got a backup right back for this tournament. That's for sure. No, that's no good. I think it was a red card, Paranoid. I know there's a lot of conjecture and there's a lot of people annoyed about Balogun's red card. He was incredibly unlucky. It's not like there was malice in it. But you don't get sent off because of malice alone. Like, unfortunately, he managed to get his studs down the back of someone's leg and then kind of get it right across his foot and like almost cut his ankle in half. You know, it sucks, and sometimes it happens, but it happens. They get given all the time. Once it was referred to the ref and he was seeing exactly what had happened, he was always going to send him off. Unfortunately, it can happen, and I think Balogun was unlucky, but. He wasn't unlucky to get sent off, he was unlucky that it happened, but it did. And the foot that was making contact with the back of the dude's leg was just nowhere near the ball either. And I don't think Balogun was actually going for the leg, right? I don't think that's the case, but that's what he got, you know, that's just the way it is. Like, it wasn't anywhere near the ball. I hope we can get better loot today than we did the other day. That would be good. You're starting physio, you can't wait to walk again. Dude, well I hope that goes well. Good luck. Who was that? It was Underkick. Yeah, I hope it goes well, dude. No way was it reckless. Well, it was studs up on the back of someone's leg and then across their foot. It was, the end product of it was potentially like 6 months to a year out for the dude that was taking it. So I think it was probably pretty reckless from his point of view. Yeah, from what I gather, Croatia got screwed with the offside. I haven't seen it. I actually watched quite a bit of that game. I watched until it was 1-1. And Ronaldo scored the penalty, and it was just getting too late, so I turned it off and went to bed. So I watched it while it was up until the point it was 1-1, and then I just had to call it. It was too late. Redline, I just think you need to watch more football. The VAR is doing what it's meant to. It's shown what he's done. Like, it's just the way it is. Egypt, I think, will beat Australia. I think Egypt will beat Australia.
TRMZ love.
Enki, yeah, well that happens all the time too. Sometimes it happens in the Premier League, like one player gets sent off and then next week something gets missed, but it doesn't mean that the player that got sent off was unlucky, it means the player that didn't was lucky. Mr. Kane, I haven't seen it. Like I say, I went to bed. It was just too late, so I haven't seen the Croatia goal. I've not seen it even in a replay. I've just seen people talking about it. I probably don't need to go to the town. Let's just quickly check to see if the convoy's there. I feel like I'm not going to hear steps with these earplug things in, but we shall see. I can hear my own steps. Chicken is God, you're travelling to Virginia. Well, I hope you have a good trip. Convoy? Convoy? How about a convoy? How about no? No convoy for you. Fuck. I'm not going to do those tents. There's never anything, is there? Let's just carry on. Paraguay-France is going to be good. I think Paraguay-France is going to be like a training great game, as in it's going to feel like one defence against another team's attack. And the longer Paraguay can keep it at 0-0, the more tense it will get. But if France score an early goal, it'll be over really quick, you know. Paraguay could hold out and do well. They could outperform themselves again. They've done it already, you know. Fair play to them, you know. But it's all about what happens in the first 20 minutes, half an hour, which I think is the case with the Mexico game. Like if Mexico don't score in the first 20 minutes or so, I heard Brad Fiedel talking about it on something earlier today, and I kind of agree with him. I think it's like at that stadium at home, if Mexico score early, England could be in real trouble. But and I did say this the other day as well, if England can just hold out, sort of quieten the fans down, like the Mexico fans in that stadium, and just not let a goal in for 20 to 30 minutes, I think it'll be fine. But if Mexico score early, they're going to be really struggling. But I suspect France will beat Paraguay by many, many goals. Jay Bear, it's okay to disagree. It's only an opinion, dude. I'm not a football referee or anything, but it's the same with any decision like that. There's always people that think it is and there's people that think it isn't. But the VAR and the referee thought it was, and it is, you know. I've heard people say it's not. I've heard people like Zinedine Zidane saying it was a clear red card, you know. Like, I think Zinedine Zidane's quite a good judge. He's one of the best football players to have ever played the game. I think he's a fair judge as well as whoever else says the other side, you know. There'll be people that say one way, people that say the other, but my way is that I think it was a red card. I like Brad Fiedel as a pundit, actually. I agree, Psychedelic. Yeah, he seems pretty good. I've heard him on the radio a little bit, on the Jim White show. I've not been listening to it more recently, but I heard it. He is good. I like him. Well, that's the sentence I never thought I'd read, Neil Brown. Bionic limbs turn to bricks when the power goes out, or zombie apocalypse. I'd rather keep my analog legs. I think that's, yeah, analog legs for the win. Exactly, Coach. It can be an unlucky red card. It can be a harsh red card for Balakan, but still be a legitimate red card. Those two are not mutually exclusive. That I completely agree. I do think he was unlucky that the way it unfolded, but I do think the ref had no choice but to send him off. Canada or Morocco? Morocco. Oh, I don't know about this. What am I doing? Ah, I've worked it out. Oh, fuck me. One sec, guys. Should offside exist on corner kicks? You can't be offside on a corner kick, dude. You can't be offside from a corner kick or a throw-in, I believe. When the ball is coming back from being out of play, there is no offside. So I don't know what your question's about, but you can't be offside on a corner. Like, when somebody takes a corner, the ball is not being played forward for a start, it's being played backwards. So the definition offside is when the ball is played forwards, I believe, but you're playing the ball back into play from the corner. It's coming back. It's not being passed forward. Right, let's go with that. Nah, fuck that. Neil Brown, dude, that's crazily cool. Fair play, dude. I hope everything goes well. Style is on point. Yeah, I'm looking great, even with the tatty jeans. You know, these jeans looking like that, they're probably about £700 or £800 out of somewhere like Harrods. £700 or £800 for something that looks like they're about 30 years old. If you can't walk around in the sun too long, Badlands might feel empty. Well, when I played Paradise, I just ran around like any other map, and I was just yellow for heat, so I had to drink more. So I think you'll be able to move around, but at some points of the day it might be trickier than others, but I just ran around anyway and just was yellow thirst and had to drink more. Sorry, yellow temperature. You found 2, did you, D. Sean? I found 1 yesterday and I got fuck all and then I died. LSK, thank you very much for the 56 months. Cheers, dude. I think, how many convoy spawn locations are there? I think there's, I think it's something like 12 or 14, but I honestly don't know. I think I know where most of them are, Tempest, but I don't know the exact number on Chernarus. There's 3 different convoys per map at any one time, but there's multiple places they can be. I think there's 14 on Livonia. There might be more on Chernarus. What time of day was it when you played Badlands? I don't know, Raymond. I played for 2 hours and it was going dark near the end, so I'd say it was maybe midday-ish. And I don't know what the acceleration of the server was, but we had 2 hours and it was going properly dark about 20 minutes from the end. High fashion is definitely still relevant, even during the apocalypse, dude. That is for sure. They don't respawn because the server restarts, Maya and Linsky. No, they're Maya and Linsky. They're kind of like helicopter crash sites. They move around every half an hour-ish. So the server restart doesn't cause them to respawn. They just respawn every sort of half an hour or so on a timer. So good. I was hoping we'd find a bag. If a defender touches the ball during a pass, even if it's unintentional, I don't think it should be offside. In the Croatian, well, if the defender touches the ball, it isn't offside, Shrops, because it's from when the ball is played forward by the attacker. So if the defender touches it, that's not being played forward by the attacking team. I think the issue was that one of the attackers brushed the ball, and that was the bit that made it offside. But again, I haven't seen it. That's what they're saying, right? But a defender touching the ball has no bearing on offside, because the defender touching the ball is not a pass forwards. Is it possible to be walking up to a convoy and it despawns right in front of you? No. If somebody's close to a helicopter crash site or a convoy, it won't despawn. I think it's 100 or so meters, but it's a bit like zombies. They don't despawn while players are nearby. So if a zombie's there and I stand there looking at it, it will never despawn. But if I log out and log back in, it will disappear. And it's the same with crash sites. They won't move if you're standing there looking at them. The attacker barely touched the ball. Yeah, I understand that, Tooth. I'm not... from what I've heard, it sounds very harsh, but if the attacker touched the ball, it counts as being moved forward, you know. That's just the way it is. I haven't seen it. I'm not saying it's right, but that's the way the rule is, right? If the ball is played forward, the last player to touch the ball, if it's going forward, if it's moving to a player after that that's offside, they're offside. What's my favourite run when running north? I don't really have one, Robbo. I like to sort of mix it up. I don't really like going to Tissy military base very much. I like to go over Roya Butt there, basically. It is a wonderful day for a Scarzigs, yeah. Here's hoping. To be honest, it'd be a wonderful day to find any fucking shred of loot, because yesterday there was none. It's actually feeling the same. That I found a lot of 308 rounds yesterday, but the guns were just low. Does the loot at heli crash sites despawn if no one shows up to claim it? It does after the helis respawn, Mikhail, yeah. Sometimes you can see loot where a heli was for a short while after the heli's gone, but it disappears around the same time the helicopter disappears. Shotgun, stop saying offsides just to wind me up, okay? I'm going to say it for anybody new that's in football / soccer. It's not offsides, it's just offside without the S, okay? So this is TRMZ's Learn the Lingo of Soccer / Football for the minute. So if everyone could stop putting the S on the end, except for Shotgun, who's just trying to wind me up, it would be... You'll look like you know more about sports if you drop the S, okay? There you go. Let's get learned. Can't place where that shot was at all.
Score a goal. TRMZG heart, TRMZG heart, TRMZG heart.
So I'm wearing a pair of earplugs today to try and help my ears and to try and take away the ear ringing, but I heard a shot then. I had no idea where it came from. Robbo, I don't really have a favourite run, dude. I play so much, I like to just do different runs, dude. I did answer it, yeah, but the only thing I've tried to avoid most of the time is going to Tissy military base solo, but I don't have a favourite run. If I have a favourite run on Chernarus, it's the one I'm doing now, and it starts around Prigorovki or Cherno City, and it's running west along the coast mostly, doing some hunting spawns, then doing Prison Island, and then doing Kamenka Town, and then the military base at the southwest, and then going up the west side of the map. That's probably my favourite loot route on Chernarus. But a northern route, I don't have a favourite. I play the game so much, I like to just do different runs and try different routes and go different ways. Hi Kojo, yeah, I get... we need to keep this short, Kojo, because everyone else is sick of me moaning about it, but I get basically ear ringing from using headphones and streaming 5 days a week, so it's like a tinnitus type thing, so I get like not quite permanent but high-pitched ear ringing, and it goes away if I take time off from streaming. Bang, that sounds like a good idea, yeah.
What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? One is really heavy and one is a little lighter.
That's what I'm using, Neil Brown.
I hope that joke wasn't offside.
They're called loop forgetting what they're called. They're called Loop Experience 2 Plus, but they're not just earplugs. They've got like a plastic ring and they let sound in. And they're specifically designed to reduce frequencies and to slightly reduce the decibel level, but still allow you to hear with clarity. That's what they're meant to do. So whether they work or not, I don't know. Right now, they seem weird. Do you think the sound when you run being played constantly in your ear for years is what caused it? That's definitely it's the ambient sounds. It's not the gunshot sounds. It's the sounds of the game, the wind, my player running. Like if it's a map like Sakal or especially Namouse with the howling winds and whatnot. If it's raining a lot and things like that, they're all of those kind of like oppressive noises that are there permanently are the things that do it. Yeah. It's not the gunshots, because the gunshots are sometimes you only shoot a gun 3 times in 6 hours. They don't have power, Redline. They're just like they're like an earplug with a ring, and they're a particular shape to try and like reduce sound but maintain the clarity. I honestly don't think they're the right thing for me, but I'm going to try it anyway. Absolution, cheers for the 21 months. One is really heavy and the other is a little lighter. that's fine. It wasn't offside, so you're good. There must be a way to find and remove the frequencies. Well, the problem with that, Redline, is that there's normally lots of things on the same frequency, so if I try and take out the sound of footsteps, like footsteps of my own character, if I try to take that out, I'm going to be taking out a whole chunk of the game, you know. It seems unlikely that that's going to work. But I'm no audiologist, I'm no expert. Oh my god. Oh, bollocks. I hit that in the head and it didn't die. Oh well, I've just wasted 3 bullets. Yeah, the semi-finals, Fizzy, if they go to form, are going to be really good. The semi-finals, if the best teams get through, it's debatable whether the best team is Brazil or England, but the semi-finals, in theory, could be France against Spain in one half, and either Brazil against Argentina in the other, or maybe England against Argentina in the other. I don't know. I think England are ranked above Brazil. I'm not saying that matters, but what I'm not trying to do is just say it'll definitely be England, because I think it could be one or the other, you know. But yeah, it's going to be like... I obviously I want England to get there, but it could be France-Spain, 2 brilliant European sides, probably the best 2 European sides right now in one half, against the best 2 South American sides in the other half. That would be a really good set of semi-finals, you know. Obviously I want England to be there and beat Argentina too, but I've got to be honest, whatever happens, if England make it that far, even if England somehow beat Argentina, I just don't think England can beat France. I don't think England can beat France. Like if England were lucky enough to get to the final and they play France, I think we've got... I don't see how we can win that game. I don't see how. I think England could maybe give anyone else a game, but France are so good. They've got so many good wingers and so many good attackers. We're fucked if we have to play them. And of course, that's not me counting any chickens. It's going to be nigh and impossible for England to get through Mexico and then Brazil and then Argentina. So there's a long way to go before that's even a worry. Will I team up with someone if I bump into them or just want a solo run? Just depends who it is, Carlisle. Depends who it is and how I feel.
Hello.
Oh, hello. You're right, dude. Which way are you going?
Maybe to the prison.
Okay, I was thinking of going there, but I'll let you loot that, dude. I'll just carry on running.
Okay. Bye.
Good luck, dude. I'm not convinced I can hear brilliantly well. I did hear him, but not great. Listening to the American football pundits is amusing. Some of it sounds like it's run through a translator into language and then back to English. No joy from the goal line set piece kick. I think it's fine. I like the fact that so many people are into it right now. I think it's cool. I did watch 1 or 2 games with Miss Portland with the American commentary, and there was only one line that was really doing my head in. The guy kept saying the goal differential tiebreaker, and all he meant was goal difference. You know, it was like it's quite important for America to score more goals in case of the goal differential tiebreaker. And every time he said it, I wanted to knock myself out. It was just doing my fucking nut in. The goal differential tiebreaker was like, oh my god. If America wins the World Cup, do we officially get to call it soccer until the next World Cup? Yes, you do. Fair enough. Yes. France is going to win by far the best team. I think they were by far the best team for the last World Cup though, Peter, and they got beat in the end anyway, didn't they? You know, like that's football. Whoever plays, if it is France in the final, whoever plays France are going to have their best game of their lives to have a chance. And like I was saying, if somehow by luck that was England, I just don't see it. I'm quite open to England. I think England have a chance against Mexico. If they were to get through that game, I think they've got a chance against Brazil. But if they play France, I just don't see it. I think it's more likely if England were to beat France, it would have to be something like, I don't know, Mbappe makes this crazy fucking challenge and gets sent off after 5 minutes, and then they're playing with 10 men or something. You know, like there's some weird game out there with a weird set of circumstances which gives them a chance. Otherwise, I just don't see it. D-Shaw, no, I've not seen any of the Formula 1. I will be watching the race on Sunday, so the race starts at 2 p.m.
Football is life.
Oh, okay. So says Zava. Football is life. Is it Zava that says that, or is it the other dude? I forget. I think it's the other dude. I can't remember his name. But yeah, I'm going to watch the race, and then I'm probably going to stream on Sunday after the Formula 1. Hi Tango, hope you're good. Kicked off the game, unstable connection. Well, that fucking sucks. Yeah, if America loses the World Cup, they have to call American football hand egg. Right, I'm going to make a coffee. It looks like the server's not full at the moment. No doubt when I get back it will. It's nearly full, but I'm just going to go make a coffee and then I'm going to come back. Might as well while I'm kicked out. Won't be long. No, we don't. Oh, Chicago Beef is in. He's angry. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. You're right, dude. You ever been to a football game? Yeah, I've been to several football games, yeah. I've never seen Liverpool play, unfortunately, yet, but I will do. Right, won't be long, guys. I'll be back.
Well, can I say, it's been emotional. TRMZONME, TRMZONME.
Oh, fuck me dead. I've been sitting here chatting and my mic's muted still. Fuck me. Hello, everyone. Hi, Julie. I've been talking to you. Wolfie, thank you very much. I've been chatting as well. Ziovic, I've said thank you to you about 7 different times while my mic was muted. I couldn't tell my mic was muted because I've got these earplugs in, right? Otherwise, I would have known, see. I'm trying to join the server, but... Oh, it's let me in now. That's good. It was not letting me back in, so the server went down for everyone. Ziovic, dude, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. Cheers for the crazy generous 100 gifted subs, dude. That's crazy, man. Thank you very, 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 very much. Cheers for the support, dude. I just waxed lyrical about it and I was muted.
Love seeing your photos from Czechia and the IRL DayZ locations. Also, good luck to England against Mexico Sunday.
Thank you, Uncanny Nanny. I appreciate it, dude. It's going to be a tricky game. I think England can win it, but I think it's going to be really hard. Mikhail, well, I hope you have a safe journey, dude. Stay safe. Don't watch the screen while you're driving. Do I follow the IMSA Racing Championship? I don't even know what that is. Not a doctor. Well, I've been sitting here talking, you know, for about 3 minutes. So it was a make a cup of coffee and then cup and I was actually replying to people and all sorts and didn't even know I was muted because I'm dumb. Thankfully this isn't a real queue, it's just people spooling back into the server after it was down, so it will go down quickly. England have made all of their games look hard. I think all of their games have been hard. I think they did pretty well against Croatia. That was a good win, 4-2. I think Croatia made it hard for Portugal yesterday, didn't they? You know, like they were, but for a bit of a offside call, they were 2-2 and going to extra time, weren't they? You know, like it was a very, very close game. You know, like they were 1-0 up and then they had a goal disallowed for 2-0, didn't they? I think it was offside. It was a right rule, but nonetheless, they gave Portugal a lot of challenges, didn't they? I think Croatia were coming to the end of their golden generation, but still decent. Is it cooling down? It's just starting to get warmer again, Altar. They're talking about another heat wave in the UK, at least, in the coming days. Cheers, Uncanny Nanny. I really enjoyed going. It was a great trip. I was very glad to go. It was my favourite one thus far. Although I wish I could have stayed for the whole time, but nonetheless, it was good. Just make sure no convoys spawned in because it's been a while. No convoy. And no convoy there either. That sucks. White Mule, I can't stream with speakers, dude, because when I talk in the microphone, it's going to pick up the sound of the speakers. What do I think about Alisson Becker? Well, I'm a Liverpool fan. I think he's one of the best keepers in the world. I think he's very, very good. He's solid. He makes really good saves. He's got great distribution. He's got great presence. Unfortunately for Liverpool, he misses more games than he probably should. But he is definitely one of the top keepers in the tournament, in the world. You know, he's in the top 3, I'd say. I think he's on a par with anybody else, basically. Optic, well, thanks for coming in. Klopp has left Liverpool to take the Germany job. I'm really pleased. I think that's really good. I think it's a really good job for Klopp. As a Liverpool fan, it means I don't have to be jealous that he's managing another team. I am a bit jealous he's not managing England, but I think that's the right job for him, and it'll be exciting to see how that goes. I'll probably pay more of an interest to how the German national team does, just because Klopp's the manager, to be honest. I saw the spaghetti, I just have to deal with the Z first. Ziyech, holy shit, back to back, 2-time 100 sub, how is this possible? Gifteds, holy shit, dude. Right, Ziyech, that is more than enough from you from now until I go on holiday, and then considerably when I get back as well. Thank you very, very much, you crazy bastard. Thank you very much indeed, dude. Single-handedly keeping me considerably above 2,000 subs you are, I think. Thank you. Shit. The power of brass knuckles compels me. Damn, how short are my arms? Seem to be meleeing with fucking T-Rex arms. Why is loot so shit on experimental? I know, Sir Jimmy, the loot is weird. There's just no fucking guns. How is Boss Hog? How is Djokovic doing? I had it on briefly while I was having my lunch, and he was just winning the first set as I stopped. Seems the Scar is really rare. Fucking blazes are really rare. Like, any gun that's worth having is just, it seems impossible to find. Thank you very, very much, Ziyech, dude. Thank you. Have you ever fancy playing Hearts of Iron? I don't even know what it is, Pascarable, so I've never considered it. Thanks, Zia. You just love the streams, dude. That's kind. Thank you. He's 2-1 up and it's 4 all. Okay, thank you. Sinner 2 sets up. Which one of Sinner and Alcaraz is Djokovic going to have to play in the semi-final? Either which way. I think that's the problem with that Djokovic has got now. Sinner and Alcaraz are so good. I think in the Australian he beat Sinner in the semis and then lost to Alcaraz in the final, right? He might be able to beat one, but if he has to beat both of them to win the tournament, he just doesn't. He's not quite the same level as he was once before. Is the Scar the only new weapon for 129? I think it's the one everyone's trying to find right now, Rapid, but it's not for 129, it's for 130. It's just an experimental trial of it now. There's other guns coming for Badlands. They've teasered several other guns, a new 9mm SMG, a new pistol, a new bolt-action rifle. So there are going to be new guns, but the Scar is one of them. Yeah, it looks like the bolt-action rifle might be a Lee Enfield. Levos, let me try and find your message. Thank you, Pinkster. Someone complimented my TRMZ shirt yesterday. Cool finding a fan in the wild. That is badass, Levos. That is fucking cool. Is that a shot? I feel like these plugs, or not plugs, these hoop loops are allowing me to hear higher frequencies okay, but lower frequencies I'm not hearing very well. I could hear the chicken just fine. I thought I heard a shot in the distance. There's a shot in the distance. What I'm looking to do. So I didn't hear a shot. That's good then. Paul, that's exactly how it works. Yes. No. It's when you get a sending off in a game, like now, you're sent off. It's a bit like a perma-sin bin. So if you've got 40 minutes of the game left, you're sent off and you can't play in that game. But that player is banned from playing in the next game. It depends how it is in the Premier League. Sometimes you can be banned for one game, sometimes 3. It depends on how it played out. It depends on like you can get 2 yellow cards to make a red and you miss 1 game. If you get a really bad red card, you can miss 3 games from 1 red card. That's how it is in the Premier League in the league in the UK. It's how it is in the World Cup. But the player is banned from playing in the next game, but the team can play with 11 players. So they just can't pick that player. So the USA will be able to play with a full team in the next game, but they won't be able to play Balogun. It's a simulation strategy game based on the Second World War where you manage a nation with focus trees, army, comps and so on. Interesting, yeah. It's the sort of game I used to play a bit. I used to play games like Civilization and Rome Total War and things like that. I quite like games like that back in the day. The issue I have now is I just don't have the available time to even think about a game like that. You know, they need lots of hours. And unless I'm going to stream it, which I don't really think would be for me, like, there's no space for me to play that game. You know? It's not a shot, it's my feet on the gravel. Alright, cheers, dude. Badlands Experimental is not available, Hank. There won't be a Badlands Experimental. There'll be a Badlands is for sale. It won't be available on Experimental. You have to buy it. This is a Road to Badlands patch, so it's got the Scar H rifle in it, Badlands convoys, and some new items of loot and whatnot, which is things that they're designing and they're testing now on Chernarus to make sure they work well when Badlands comes out. Inspired, I've been enjoying the games this World Cup. I've been enjoying watching them. I've been watching quite a few where I can. I'll probably watch some of the Argentina-Cape Verde game later. Oh my god. How are they going to deal with the gas? Surely the gas is going to make them turn around. Looks like they've just turned right. Oh, they're going up the train track. That sucks. At least I heard the car. That means I'm hearing stuff. Cheers, Ziovich. Thanks so much for coming in again, dude. That gift in 200 subs is insane. Thank Anyone follow the probability stats of the World Cup and how accurate it is? I'd say they're fairly accurate, but I haven't studied it. I think the probability stats give the USA a 3% chance to win the World Cup at the moment, which I think is probably fair. Another great life in experimental. 146, 1 hour, 46 minutes of running. It's fucking spawned me in a lake. What kind of fucking spawn is that? We're not getting any shot, are we? That's 3 lives I've had on experimental, and they've all been like that. The only saving grace this time is at least we died after an hour and 40 minutes and not 3 fucking hours. Every life I've had so far has been like... Well, not quite true. I had a fight against 2 players yesterday when I had a PK-18 and a shotgun. And I still killed them. And they were fully geared with, like, badass guns. It's insane, isn't it? It's so hard to get loot. It's crazy. I don't know what they've done to the loot economy on experimental, but it is incredibly janky. There's just next to nothing to find.
How is this possible?
Holy shit, dude. Thank you for gifting her 50. Holy fucking fuck. I did say that was more than enough, young man. Or young lady. Or old man or old lady. Whichever is accurate. Thank you very, very much, dude. Crazy. Thank you. No, thank you. I'm busy. I could hear the steps at least, so I could hear his steps on the way.
TRMZ heart.
It's 5 all, is it, Garrett? Okay. It is a weird thing, that, Uncle Food. Yeah, spawning in knee-deep water seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? Fizzy, this experimental is different to all the others. It's just terrible loot. I play lots of official, I play lots of DayZ experimental. This patch is bought. They've really changed the loot and maybe not told anyone. Or there's something wrong with the loot respawning and they've not worked. They don't know. One or the other. Why don't you sprint on towards Gorka and start convoy hunting from then? I'd rather try and get some loot, dude. I'd rather go to the police station, try and get a vest, and go to the summer camp, try and get a scope or a gun or something. And where's the nearest convoy spawn to Gorka anyway? I guess there's one up at Radio Zenit, isn't there? Altar. Hazmat zombies do sound different now, Laggy. Yeah, they had, because they were in a gas mask, they are kind of a bit muffled. They added that recently. Said if you're on Xbox or PlayStation, you can. Sorry, Xbox or PC, you can play experimental. Yeah, there's no experimental on PS5 or PS4, but there is on everything else. I've got the Joker from the Dark Knight kind of vibes about me now. Chicken. Can't even cut it up yet.
Yo.
Yo, hello, yo, hello. Jay, thank you very much. Seba, thank you very much too. Cheers both. Might as well make it. Why so serious? Exactly, Miko. I'd like to be able to do the voice, but I'll just say I'm not a schemer and I'm an agent of chaos. It's better that way than trying to do the voice. What a great performance that was by Heath Ledger. Like, I feel like Heath Ledger would have gone on like that. That was like a... He'd been in other things. He'd been in Brokeback Mountain. He'd been in many things, but that was such a seminal performance for him. And I feel like he'd have gone on and been in all sorts, you know, like... Oh. So there's a dead zombie there that wasn't killed by me. You choose to say Brokeback Mountain over Knight's Tale? Well, I think Brokeback Mountain is probably more of a critical, like, got more critical acclaim. It's probably, like, if you go on IMDb, I'm fairly sure Brokeback Mountain probably has a higher score than Knight's Tale. To be fair. I quite like Knight's Tale, him and Paul Bettany. It was kind of fun, but it's only a cheesy movie, right? It's not really a serious one. I was actually a little bit disappointed with Brokeback Mountain. I thought it was a bit like it was pretty good, but it was a bit slower and it wasn't as much in it as I thought. It wasn't. Yeah, I thought it was going to be better than it was, if I'm honest. Not enough loving. At least you put it a better way than Dr. Jones did. It's a fucking thing where you've respawned. Why am I even carrying that? What are you doing? It's crazy actually, Garrett. This is the first car designed with Adrian Yu involved, and it's like the worst car Aston Martin have had. Hello. I think that's the same one that tried to take a swipe at me. I think it's time to leave. How many have I got on me? Oh, 2. Okay. Of course, the other one doesn't want to come in. Oh, you fucking prick. I hate that so much. Like, one of them comes straight in the door and the other one's just like, oh, I can't come in there. You've not asked me in. Oh, they're at tiebreak, are they? What do you do to keep yourself out and your PC cool when it's really hot? Ben, I kind of, since there was one day in, I think it was 2019, when it was like 40 Celsius. Might have been 2020. I think it was 2019. It was 40 Celsius in the UK, and my room in my old house got to well above 36 Celsius, and it was just unbearable. I had to cancel a stream. So ever since then, I've made sure I've got air conditioning to the room that I stream in, just to make sure that I don't have those kind of issues. So I'm kind of lucky in that regard that I've got a proper split unit aircon unit, and the room I stream in, it's nice and cool. Also, there's a goalkeeper on me. Yeah, I know they come from convoys, PDQ. I've been checking convoy spawns, but I keep dying. This is my 4th life. All I've done is run around, find shit loot, and then die. You've got a license for that aircon. Thankfully, I don't need a license, bank. It's okay. Tempest, it's lovely at the moment. I don't know what the temperature is right now, but I went out for a walk earlier. It was glorious. I think it was probably, I guess it was 26-ish. Apparently it's 25 now, so it's not crazy hot where I am. You know, it's just nice. Do you want to know how I got these scars? Yeah, maybe. Military at the dock. Sears level, there's never anything there, dude. On official servers, there won't be any military at the dock. I might get lucky and find an M4 handguard or something, but no, there's no military at the dock. There's 3 or 4 containers, and on official type servers, they don't spawn anything. I'm not going to bother. I check them all the time. Maybe there's a USMC jacket and I don't know, an RAS handguard or something. I have a question. Is it okay to be with a girl I've only just met? I think that's for you to decide, Sia. Depends what you mean by being with a girl, but I think, like, whatever floats your boat, dude, you know? Like, if you like someone, you like someone. Like, if you know you like someone, you tend to know fairly quickly, but I guess the trick is to not rush too much, you know? Take things a bit slow. But, like, if she's in the same place as you are and you're both enjoying yourselves, then have at it. Four-3 now, Garrett. Fairly close. Yeah, I'd kind of assumed that bit, Uncle Food, if I'm completely honest. The fucker that killed me is getting a shitload of food as well, aren't they? I've found really good food, but nothing fucking else. Don't be like TRMZ, the 1 minute man. Dude, it doesn't matter if I'm the 1 minute man, because I can be the 2 hour man with my mouth, young man. Don't worry. It's all good. I've been practicing breathing through my ears. It's fine. Don't worry. I like that saying. Wetter than an otter's pocket, eh? Gustavo. For shame. Yeah. What now? I haven't got anything. Oh, fuck. I was thinking about making a bone knife, but I think I'm just gonna. I've got a little bit of food. I'm gonna wash my hands at the well, and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I think. What's wrong with ear breathing? Nothing. Particularly useful for certain activities. Novak won, did he? I'm glad Djokovic got through. I've never been Djokovic's biggest fan. I always preferred Federer, but now that he's kind of the last one and he's coming towards the end, it'd be kind of fun to see him win one more. I think it'd be cool. Gloves on the ground. Ain't seen no gloves. Improvised hand wraps work as gloves Q, yeah. Yeah, there's no point getting a snorkel said. I think that kind of defeats the object of such a thing. Alright love, I've got a snorkel now, I can do it all night long. Oh, hang on a minute. There's one slight issue. At the green thing. Was there? Okay.
13 lookout. Love you, mate.
Cheers, Darth Nubus. Thank you for the support, dude. Fantasy Gaming, thank you for the super chat. It's a nice cool 115 here in VA. Fuck that, dude. Well, I hope it's okay. Peach, thank you for the support too. This is the green thing, right? So there is. I don't really want to check too many houses. I'm going to check 2 or 3 around here. It looks like no one's been for a while. 20 slots, that's 20 slots, but I guess it's a better drip, you know? Usyk's last fight will be against Wilder. Oh, fucking joke. Who cares about that?
How is this possible?
I guess Usyk's got nothing to prove, but that's just like a terrible... if it's on DAZN and it's no more money than having Ultimate, I'll watch it, but I'm not paying. What a waste. Making me look stupid, chicken. Something that's not particularly hard to do.
Upside down face.
Fuck me. Ziyevich, dude, thank you so much. Cheers for the continued support, dude. Thank you. Pro is using a screwdriver as his melee. Tough times. Very much so, yeah. Tough times indeed, dude. Exactly. What is the point of that fight, you know? Like, I guess it's somebody he hasn't fought before. But, like, he's finished. Like, Wilder is absolutely finished. He was terrible in his last fight. Like, it was one of the worst fights I've ever seen. He fought, what's his face, didn't he? Del Boy. It was terrible. Wilder's been finished since the third fight with Fury. USA versus England in the final is your prediction. God, I hope you're right. It won't be, but I hope you're right. Hi Biddy, you're right, dude. Ziyevich, thank you very much for the support. Rooster, thank you as well. I think that's why he's not carrying on. I think he knows that Itauma's going to be the one that can beat him. I think he's right to retire. I think it makes sense for Usyk to retire. He's nothing to prove in this generation. Fighting Wilder adds nothing. He's clearly realised. I think the last fight has made him realise that time is ticking, maybe. But fighting Wilder as the last fight... I know it's a heavyweight he's not for, but Wilder's gone. It's just a dead rubber. It's a joke that Wilder's even earning that fight. I guess it's less so because there's no titles on the line. The idea that Wilder could become a world champion is just insanity, I think, at the level he's at now. Have I been to America yet? I'm going for 2 weeks from July the 14th, Brownster. Do I think we will get past Mexico? My heart said yes, and my head is worried, is the honest truth, dude. I think we're all really worried about the altitude and Mexico having home advantage, but at the end of the day, they are problems, they are. But the truth is, England are better than Mexico. They are. That doesn't mean they'll win, though, but I think we need to get a little perspective on it, you know, like... If England can play a little bit better than they did in the last game, for sure, but if they can play a little bit better, they are better than Mexico. Even with the disadvantages, England should win that game, you know, they should. But I'm very worried about it. I'm worried about the altitude, I'm worried about how it will go. I just think like I was saying earlier, I think the first 20 minutes to half an hour, if we can not concede in the first 20 minutes or so, I think England will be just fine. If Mexico go 1-0 in 5 minutes, I'm worried. Like what happened against Congo, where they scored. If England let in a goal in the early part of the game against Mexico, we're in deep shit. If it's 0-0 at half time, or even better, if England are 1-0 up, the Mexican fans will start turning on the Mexican players. That atmosphere that they've built and that momentum they've got will be gone, and England will be just fine. But if they let in a goal early, it could be really, really bad. Of course I have lethal, but the stats at home they're built up over a long time, but it doesn't change Mexico's team. Of course I'm well aware of the stats, yes. It doesn't change the fact that, like, England haven't played Mexico in the Azteca any time recently. I bet they haven't played many of the top European teams in the Azteca. Their record in that stadium in World Cups is incredibly good, but it doesn't change it being a one-off game and what might happen, you know. I am worried about it, though. This is not me saying England are really going to win. I think it's a 50-50 game. But if that game was anywhere else, it wouldn't be a 50-50 game. It would be like an 80-20 game for England, you know. Zia, that's insanely kind, man. Thank you once again. Cheers for the gifted sub bomb. Thank you very, 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 very much, dude. Why in the hell would you want to go to America? Well, my girlfriend lives there, David, and it's actually a really cool place to visit, believe it or not. I've been there. I went to San Diego last year. I've been to Portland, Oregon this year. I've been to a few different places. It's actually a pretty cool place, believe it or not. It's just fine. The people are good. It's a nice place to be. The food's pretty varied. Pretty good. Tarkus, thank you for the 5 months. I didn't even know McGregor was fighting, to be honest, Ruben. Yeah, I think that's a wise move, Dirty Harry, yeah. Take him out. Joey, apparently the Mexican fans did that to Ecuador because the Ecuador fans had done that to their players or something, but I believe they're planning for that at England. I believe they're giving them like earplugs and white noise makers and different things, so I think they're going to get around that, dude. But apparently Mexico didn't do it to the other teams. They only did it to Ecuador, and it was something to do with what Ecuador fans had done to their players, you know, so I don't know if it was revenge for something, but they didn't do it to the other teams that they played in the qualifiers, apparently. The US Customs asked to see your phone. Nope. When you fill in an ESTA, they ask you for your socials and whatnot. You have to put, like on the ESTA form, you have to put what social media platforms you have. I didn't have to show them my phone, no. The dude there. I don't even know who Max Holloway is, so yeah, I'm not particularly excited about it. UFC's not my speciality. I haven't, fantastic, no.
Oh, hello.
Oh shit, hello.
Oh my god.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll leave you to it. Oh my god. I don't know quite how you judge that, Ginger, but it's a nice place to be. Watch for bear traps. Nah, there's no bear traps. It's completely safe, no bear traps. Never understood that. Like, if I was to travel, I'd want to go to the Amazon, Egypt, Africa, something like that. Well, I've been to lots of cool places, David, but once again, my girlfriend lives in America. So I'm going to spend time with my girlfriend. Like if I travel to Africa or Egypt or something, she's not there, is she? You know, I'm not going to travel. I'm going to spend time with somebody that I care about, and she cares about me. Although it's a cool place to visit, America, actually. You can definitely go and have a good holiday there. It's culturally a little bit more similar to the UK than other places, but there's plenty to see and do there, dude. There's lots. I've been to plenty of places on holidays and whatnot. I have done a fair amount of travelling, but different people have different desires from when they travel. But this is not a holiday. I'm going to spend time. Well, I will be on holiday, but I'm going to spend time with my other half. Aaron and Tarkus, thank you very much for the gifted. Sorry, for the resub. Thank you. Have I seen her before? Of course I have, Tissimo. Yep. So we met last October. I went in January for a week. She came here in April for 2 weeks, and now I'm going back in July for 2 weeks.
Run, shoot, kill. Good luck to England in the Football World Championship.
Leatherwiz, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Yeah, I'll be in the Pacific Northwest, chicken. Yeah, so I'm gonna be around the Portland area, but we're also going to Seattle for the weekend. I'm going to see a Mariners game, which will be fun. Imagine a world where Wilder beats Usyk. couldn't even imagine it when Wilder was in his prime, but I definitely can't imagine it now. Well, that makes more sense if you're Canadian, dude, right? But like travelling to America from Europe is like someone from America travelling to Europe, isn't it? You know, it's still more different, you know? Like, for me, going to France is very blasé because it's a train ride away, you know? But for you, Canada, like, America's your nearest neighbour, you know? I'm not really... I'd go to a live hockey game, Frank, my man, but I'm not particularly interested in hockey. Same with basketball, but I did see the Trailblazers play the Knicks this year. In January, we went to that. That was fun. It was fun. The Trailblazers were behind by about 10, and then they clawed it back and went a point in front, and then it all fell down. The Knicks won. But it was fun to see live, but it's not a game I'm particularly interested in otherwise, you know. I think you could say the same about baseball as well. I wouldn't sit and watch games on the telly, but it's a cool thing to go and see live. Demonetized, that's just not true. It's just not true. You can't. That's not true at all. Any of the poor opinions that people might have about other places mostly come from social media, dude. That's just the way it is. I don't want to talk about politics, but what you've just said is just completely untrue. But yeah, we're going to do Pike's Market. Fretless, yeah, it should be fun. Kraken's Arena Tempest, eh? Release the Krakens. Looking forward to seeing you catch a fish. I ain't catching no fish. Yeah, I think it'd be fun live, Paul Stimpson. I think seeing ice hockey live would be fun. Gorgeous hiking trails through to the 10 spectacular waterfalls at Silver Falls State Park. Oh, I'll remember it off, man. We've only got limited time when I'm going this time because Miss Portland has got to work some of the time that I'm there, so she works Monday to Friday. Like I land on the Tuesday. I think she's working Wednesday to Friday, but she works kind of 7 till 3, so we'll get quite a lot of time. She works from home. But then at the weekend we're going to Seattle, so like there's not much space for just going off on day trips every day, you know, which is fine. It's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. The next week I think she's on holiday from the Wednesday, but we're going on a trip to we've got like she's got family engagements and stuff to go to, like wedding anniversaries and things like that. When she's working, will you go out and do some things on your own? I don't know. I'll go out for a walk and whatnot, Red Line, but I don't really know. It depends how, like, the first week, like, I'll probably be... My sleep schedule will be taking a time to adjust, so with any luck I'll be able to sleep in and miss half of her work day. You never know. Shotgun, I don't know what you mean. I can stay on the desk, under the desk from 7 till 3. Air breathing. But yeah, I have been to Multnomah Falls, Hoffman, which I don't know if it's anywhere near there or not, but we did go to Multnomah Falls when I was there before. That was fun. Okay, so no... no convoy. That's what I was running for, the convoy there isn't one. Check out Pike's Place Chowder. It's not chowder. Chowder! Chowder! I had chowder when we went to Astoria. It's the first time I've ever had it. I had it in like a hollowed out loaf of bread, which was, I really liked that aspect of it. It's obviously gluten, but I took a tablet. But having a bowl of like chowder in bread that you can like tear off and then eat the soup with, or the chowder with, was great. I've been to New York, Q, but about 2018-ish I went. Has the rain been pretty bad in the UK? Frankie, Frank, my man, sorry, it rained basically every day from the start of the year till about mid-March. But it's been dry and it's been abnormally warm for the last month or two. Like June was the hottest June we've ever had on record. Have I tried lobster roll? Nope. I've had lobster. I'm not a huge fan of lobster, if I'm honest, but lobster roll, I don't even know what it is. Good time. It's such a complex issue that it's so much more like so many people have these stigmas about the UK based around certain things which are just not fucking, they don't really hold water, but it's the same for so many places, dude. It's the same. So I really don't want to get heavily involved in politics and such like, but there's a lot going on in the world right now, and that definitely all has a bearing. You did Gold Duke of Edinburgh in a kayak down a river. You were lucky, Goop. Yeah, the one my daughter was trying to do this week was 4 days of like 8 to 10 hour hikes, sleeping in a tent, carrying 15 kilo bags, and she tapped out after 2 days. So I ended up doing my own Duke of Edinburgh shit out of luck award. But nonetheless, I certainly think kayaking sounds a lot better than walking. What's your favourite weapon loadout in DayZ if you had to choose? I don't really have one, Real Void. Any of the decent sniper rifles, whether it's a Tundra or a Blaze or a Mosin or an SV98, coupled with any of the assault rifles, they're all fine. They're all very similar. Yeah, that's right, Shotgun. She got away with only carrying 11 kg. That's true. Hi, Welsh Bikers. How you doing? I can't believe how low the loot is on this fucking server. It's not raining as much today. Lewis is on pole for the sprint. That's cool, D-Sean. I hope he can win the whole thing, the main race. I think, but last time it was a little bit different, but there is just the chance that Hamilton could be in contention for the title, you know, like, it's not all over. Antonelli's got a bit of a lead, but it could soon change. Oh, you can't wear that with that, can you? I find that so annoying. Why am I eating the food in intervals? Because I can run, like, basically, Axel, it's just covering the ground quicker, so I can sprint, and then I can eat the food while I'm regenerating my stamina bar. But I'm not really thinking about it, I'm just doing it on autopilot, so If I eat it all in one go, I'm travelling slower, but if I use my stamina up and then eat while I regen my stamina, I'm covering the map a little bit quicker. So that's basically the only reason I'm doing it. Alex, you've just asked the same question. So it's to do with stamina while I'm running, dude. Exactly that. I can travel more quickly and eat bits at a time while my stamina regens. But I am doing it without thinking, so I might not be doing it as well as I might, but it is still the right thing to do. You can cover more ground. Demonetised, yeah. I like both football and round football. Yeah, both sports are good. You won't. I know. I did see you reply, by the way, but you won't get me on the whole soccer, football, American football, and so on. None of that really bothers me at all. People have been trying to bait me on that for so long. It's just I'm impervious, dude. And I actually do like America ball anyway. You know, I quite enjoy watching it. Oh, fuck me! Everywhere I go, someone's already just been here. How's it going so far? Dude, the loot on experimental is low. It's really low. I've never been to a gun range, Scarecrow, no. I probably will at some point. Dude. I can probably do something like that with Miss Portland. I believe her dad's got quite a few different things, let's say. So at some point, that might be something I can try, yeah. Do you ever encounter cheaters in DayZ frequently, as some say it's increasing? I don't think it's increasing, dude, but it is a problem, yeah. I do get cheats here and there, yeah. You get a lot more cheats on official servers than you do on community servers, but... I've been baiting you on it for a long time. Yeah, it really doesn't bother me, dude. You can hook a lot of English dudes if you keep calling it soccer, but it just doesn't bother me. Yep, Antonelli's second behind Hamilton, Garrett, people were saying. Seems like I remember it was originally called soccer, but it only stuck in America. It was called association football and soccer for short, but we've called it football as long as I don't know, like however long ago it was. But soccer was apparently short for association football, but nobody called it association football as far as I know. But who cares? All I know is it's coming home. Where am I on the map? That's Black Mountain, so I'm just a little south of Krasnostav. Yeah, the team is coming home. With the Jules Rimet shotgun. It's legal where you're going on your trip, where you partake. I presume you mean the Devil's Lettuce, Mike. I don't know is the answer. I won't be inhaling anything. It's possible I might do an edible, but I don't really know. I'm not really that fast either way. I really hope... It would be so fucking great if England could just make it to the semis, because... I land in America on the 14th, and they are playing on the 15th if they get through. I know, I'm not counting any chickens, but if England were to beat Mexico, and then likely Brazil in the next round. They'll be playing probably Argentina in the 15, and I'll be able to... It would be so good. I'll be taking me and Miss Portland, England jerseys if they're still in it. She will love it, Tempest. Yep. Well, we've been watching the football quite a lot. She's quite into sports. She's watched quite a lot. When she was here in April, we were watching the snooker, not because I wanted to. She got kind of into it. She was like, she knew all the players, and she was asking me the rules and stuff. She's quite into sports. She did quite a lot of sports when she was at school and whatnot. So I think she's kind of into it. So yeah, it's kind of lucky for me. Well, you are as well. You like hockey, don't you? I played football, Bobby. I wasn't very good, though. I knew a lot about it. We used to play football every opportunity we got, but I wasn't very gifted, let's say. I didn't have a flair for football coordination. But I played a lot, yeah. I was in a group that we were absolutely avidly following everything to do with the Premier League, everything to do with, like, football in general. We ran our own fantasy football league and whatnot. We even played this game called Soccer Supremo, which was in the days before Football Manager games. You could do a play-by-mail thing. We were all playing this play-by-mail football game, which is insane to think about now.
Still going strong, Paul LUL.
Fishfinder, dude, thank you for the 44 months. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Does anyone else agree the new gun looks a little PUBG? Well, it looks like a Scar. Cheers, Fishfinder. Demonetized Vet, thank you. Flyboy, thank you as well. Leatherwiz, Ellis, LUFC, thank you very much. Cheers. Aaron, thank you too. Oh, God, the loot is shit today. Again, so far. At least I'm not dying. I don't know what the odds are with the bookies, Diggle, but I suspect England are probably favourites with the bookies, but I don't know. I haven't checked. Did you get to experience much of the survival side of Badlands when you played it? Well, I played for 2 hours and I had 1 life biddy, so I didn't find much water. I ended up surviving by killing a sheep and eating it and I found canteens that were all full of water, but I ended up drinking them and getting cholera.
Haha, anniversary on multiple accounts today.
Demonetized, thank you very much for the 15. Cheers, dude, thank you. And the super chat on the other one. Mexico 11-5, the draw 11-5, England 27-20. Those are some interesting odds. They seem weird, don't they? Like that. Like, so you could bet on Mexico and England, and if it wasn't a draw, you'd win money. That's weird, isn't it? How can there be no odds on? Like, nearly, if in a 2-horse race, there's nearly always an odds on runner, isn't there? England are favourites according to those odds, so Mexico are bigger than 2-1, the draw's bigger than 2-1, and England are just a bit more than evens. Did I hear something? I'm struggling with these earplug things. you're looking for a soccer bar here in Portland, Goal Soccer Bar is the most popular. Goal. Exactly, Declan. If it goes, if it's a draw after 90 minutes, that's a draw. Yeah. So if you're betting in the winners market, it's only over 90 minutes. So yeah, that's how. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a draw, would you? So you can also bet on teams to qualify. So you can, if you're doing gambling, you can, if you fancied England to win, you could bet on England to win the game. But if they were drawing after 90 minutes and then scored in extra time, that would be a draw and you'd lose. If they won on penalties, that would be a draw as well. Trashmouth, a few people bumped into a dog with an assault vest on, yeah. England versus Norway is the likely outcome. Norway have never lost to Brazil. How many times have Norway played Brazil? Qualify Mexico 6-5, England 4-6. So they are favourites, as we were already talking about, but it's a close game. I have a funny feeling that playing Brazil in a tournament is a little bit of a different thing, you know. I think it's going to be tricky. I'll be hoping Norway win that game. I'd rather England play Norway. I think Norway have got a really good team this year, and obviously they've got a beast of a striker, but I just think England-Norway, two European teams, probably suits both of the European teams more than either of them playing South American teams, you know. So if I could pick, if England beat Mexico, I'd rather play Norway than Brazil, but I'm guessing Brazil will beat Norway, to be honest. Hi Lisa, hope you're good. Lisa Badcat. USA, Norway beat Brazil in the 1998 World Cup 2-1. That's cool. That would have been a strong World Cup. That would have been a strong Brazil team as well. Like Ronaldo was still playing back then, wasn't he? As in, like striker Ronaldo. Cheers falling upside. It's been a bit of a weird run on experimental, to be honest. The loot economy seems somewhat broken, but we'll see. Hi Jeebus, you're right, dude. Cheers Justin Morris, thank you. I've heard people were having trouble finding the new gun. I think people are having trouble finding any gun. Donk, your striker is the guy that got sent off. Balogun is Balogun is your main attacker, so you're going to miss him against Belgium. He does have something about him. He does have a goal in him, and he looks quite powerful. And he looks a decent enough player, but not having someone that can score is going to be a real harm. But I don't know. Who knows? You still have half a chance. It does hurt you though. It does hurt your chances. Market Lopez. Thanks for coming in with your ridiculous question. Appreciate it. Falling Upside, thank you for the 2 months, dude. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Slots, 5 more. Captain, no, I'm not playing Badlands. This is the Road to Badlands experimental patch. So there's some Badlands tech in this experimental, like the Scar H and the convoys and such like. The title of the stream is Chernarus - Road to Badlands experimental, which is what the devs have called this patch. King Keith, whether he does it on purpose is not the definition of a red card. There's some disagreements on it. You're entitled to your view that it's not a red card, but whether it's on purpose or not, that's not the deciding factor on whether something's a red card or not. It just isn't, dude. Like, it looked awful in slow motion. Like he's like scything the dude's foot in half and scraping his studs down the back, his cleats, for want of a better word. Like, but yeah, he's scraping his studs down the back of his fucking leg and then like scything his foot in half. You know, that's a red card in most sports. You know, like in most games. If that gets referred to the ref, he's going to give a red. But if you think otherwise, that's cool. You're entitled to view. But I think he was unlucky because he didn't mean to do it, but he did do it. And that's the thing. He was unlucky, but it doesn't stop it being a red. Anybody that watches the game a lot, like people that watch the game all year, like watching the game week in, week out, see that and think, yeah, that's going to be a red card. The dude's unlucky, you know. Let's just... But it's the way it is, you know. That is a red card. That's the thing, D. Sean. Messi got away with one, which is just the story of sports in general, isn't it? You know, like, it happens all the time. You're like, one weekend something's a penalty, and the next weekend the same thing happens and it gets missed. You know, it's the story of the sport, but there's always still human involvement in it, and different referees, different VAR refs. Some are braver than others, and so on. You know, but it does make for a lot of talking about decisions and whatnot. You know, but yeah. If I was watching that live and I saw that as it was unfolding, the difference in the commentary, I don't know if you're able to watch it, like the BBC commentary was exactly like that. So the American commentary was very much surprised he got a red, because it's obviously the American commentary is very pro-America, which is kind of understandable. That's not a judgment, it's fine, it's the way it is. The BBC commentary, despite what anyone might say, is not anti-America, but when they were watching that and they were showing the slow-mo, the commentator was going, I'm afraid that's going to be a red card, there's no choice, he's going to be really unlucky, it's a harsh sending off, but it's going to be a red because you just can't have that on the other player. He was just, it was really balanced, but he was basically saying, before it was given as a red card, the commentator was saying, it's going to be a red card and he's really unlucky, kind of thing. And it's right, that's the, but obviously if you were watching the American coverage, it was a complete shock, and then they were like absolutely distraught about how robbed they were, you know. Question, why do players flop around and lay down like 4 minutes when they are clearly okay? I get selling the foul, but I don't understand wasting many minutes of the game. Annoying to me. It is annoying, Lentz. It is, but it's a tactic, isn't it? You know, like if your team's 1-0 up and there's a few minutes left, if you can delay the opposition, if you can interrupt the flow of their game, if they've got the ball, it's just like a bad tactic. It's unsporting, but people do it for obvious reasons. The best example I can give you is in that game where Belgium got the penalty. Belgium got a penalty right near the end, and a Senegalese player went down on the penalty spot, feigning an injury. And all he's doing in that moment, he's trying to get the guy sent off that prodded him with his elbow. It was nothing, but he's trying to get somebody sent off. So they're accentuating it in an unsporting way to try and make sure the VAR see what's happened. So they're like giving out a big "I've just been fouled" sign to the VAR to try and get them to look at it and hope he'll get sent off. But on top of that, they're lying on the ground making a meal of it, so that it's delaying the penalty being taken and potentially causing more stress to the penalty taker, thereby making it more likely that they'll miss. It's like unscrupulous, like a way of playing, but it's a tactic to try and give your team a slight advantage in any one situation. It sucks, and I think they need to start dealing with it more seriously, but that in a nutshell is why it's done. It's to buy time, it's to buy a rest for your own team, it's to buy a drinks break, effectively. It's to stop the flow of the opposition. It's to maybe try and get someone a yellow card. It's all of those things. And it certainly is the case, Tempest. Like anybody watching it, when somebody feigns an injury, I'm sitting there going, "Oh, fuck off, mate." Like it's ridiculous, and I completely agree. And some teams are way worse than it than others, and it's not a good thing in the game, but that's why people do it. And they're going to keep doing it until the powers that be start taking it seriously and start giving people penalties for feigning it and faking it and stuff. Oh my god, a BK-18. I'm kind of glad to have it, but I feel like somebody else got a Tundra and dropped this. It's crazy how hard it is to get loot on this fucking patch. And there's always tactics in sports that, like, an example of something that I think is making American football worse is the tush push, right? I think it's a legitimate tactic within the rules right now, but it doesn't make the sport more exciting to watch. It makes it like an easy tactic to get over the line. It seems to take away some of the skill. Now, some people will be for it, some people will be against it, but when I watch American football, teams that overly rely on the tush push to get the third down to a first down or to get over the line for a touchdown, it seems cheesy. It's kind of shit, you know. Like maybe they could change the rules to make that not a thing, you know. And there's the same in most sports. There's angles that maybe could be improved or maybe couldn't be improved, you know. Wouldn't that be cheating, faking injury? Well, Mina, it's very hard to prove, isn't it? It's very hard to prove someone's faking an injury. That's the thing. And like, that's why it's a grey area. Like, if someone is tackled in the leg and they could have cramp, they could be hurt, they might be faking it, but only the person on the ground really knows, you know. Tempest, the tush push is a little bit like that, so it's usually to gain a yard. Like, they might be 3rd and 1, so they've got 1 yard to make, and it's the 3rd down, and if they don't make it this time, they're likely to punt. Or they're 1 yard away from scoring a touchdown, and they need to make 1 yard. So it's normally with American football, obviously they send it back to the quarterback, and then he either passes it to a runner or he throws it. You know, that's the play, right? With the push, the quarterback stands right next to the person that releases the ball, and then everyone crowds behind him and pushes him over the line, you know, or they give it to somebody else and they push him over the line, whatever. But it's literally just everyone stands on top of each other and they scrum it over the line, and it's just it's not a fun thing to see. And not only that, you've got like every player on top of each other and the ball underneath, and no one can really see what's going on, you know, like the refs have to try and work out if it's gone over or not. It's a bit similar to them all, yeah. But a maul in rugby rugby's a much more flowing game. The thing that makes American football, one of the things I like about American football, it's very stop-start, which it affects the flow, but there's a whole load of tactics to it, right? It's attack versus defence, and there's a flair to the plays that gets called, and it's exciting to see somebody throw for a touchdown, or somebody run for a touchdown. It's an exciting sport, but it's a lot of attack versus defence and slow moments for the key moments that matter. But when the key moments that matter seem like a cheesy way to try and just get over the line because your guys are bigger than their guys, or like you can gain 1 yard because you've got momentum, you know, like it takes away from the excitement and what is a game all about little moments. When those little moments aren't actually very fun to see, it can affect the game. It can affect your enjoyment of the sport, you know. I like American football, by the way. I've always kind of liked it, but I've watched more of it. I watched pretty much every playoff game last year and the final, obviously. I don't watch week in, week out reliably because the games are at tricky times over here, but I watched all the playoff games pretty much. Oh, fuck me. Everywhere I go, somebody's been. Yeah, that doesn't stop it feeling cheesy, extra Chris. And sometimes some teams have used it 3 or 4 times in gaining those 99 yards. You know, they might have saved several third downs along the way, so it's the third time they've done it on that same drive. You know. I saw it too fucking late. Fucking hell. I did see it, but it was too late. Fuck's sake. I haven't even got any bandages. Sorry, rags. Fuck's sake. Again. Second time today. Different life, same fucking thing though. That's 3 broken legs in 2 fucking days. Fuck me dead. I don't think I should have bothered with the morphine, really. It's not making me go that much quicker, but my hope is to try and find something that I can chop up. Can't see him. I can't work out where he is. These things are hurting my ears so bad. I can't see him at all. I've got earplugs in and I cannot see. I can't plant the bear trap while I've... I can't plant the bear trap while my leg's broken. I honestly didn't know that, to be fair. Whenever I've done it in the past, I've already fixed the leg. The earplugs out of your eyes. It's a lot fucking darker for me, you cheeky bastard. They were definitely at me, yeah. Oh shit. I can't even get out now. I thought that I'm going to break my leg when I go out. I thought that would get... Oh, it has given me a long stick. I was going to say that would have worried the shit out of me. I can't get... I thought I got a long stick. What is happening? I'm just making noise in the hope the dude will run in. You think somebody's near? No, I don't, dude. The guy that just shot at me was... Yeah, there's somebody just shot at me, Sparky. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. These getting directional audio while wearing these headphones is impossible. The sword definitely doesn't work for the thing. A stick works, but nothing much else does, other than your feet. Jin, I've got amazing headphones, but today I put in some... I get tinnitus. So my headphones are Sennheiser HD800 S's. But today I'm wearing a pair of Loop Experience 2 Pluses, which I've never used before, but they're designed to reduce certain frequencies and change the decibel rating a little bit. So I'm trying to stop myself getting tinnitus, and I'm just playing with different options. I'm using a graphic equalizer. I'm using these earplugs. But today is the first day I've ever used them, and that's the first time I've been shot at, and I could not tell where the shot came from in the slightest. I have no fucking clue. You can't shoot at bear traps, no. It's a really strange thing at the moment. It's basically a little bit like you know when your head's underwater and it's got that kind of weird sound in your ears. It's exactly like that. It's like I'm talking to you guys with my ears underwater. Cheers, Liquid. Take it easy, dude.
Have you tried a bone induction headset? They G8 me less issue than regular headphones.
I haven't yet Mendicant Prime. That's one of the things on my list to try, but I'm trying these for now. So I'm using equalization to change the frequencies a little. I've only been doing it 3 days, so even if these things are working, it's way too early to know. So I changed the EQ of the audio of the game about 3 days ago. I've got earplugs from today, and I won't know if these are going to work for about a week or two, you know, so I've just got to wait. No, it was fine, D. Sean, yesterday. It's the plugs are the thing that's changed it. I could hear things better yesterday than last week.
It's time to start running!
You could hear steps, could you? I couldn't.
$20 short of a 69. Woo.
Cheers for the 49 pickle. Hope you're good. Mendy, thank you. Corson, thank you as well. Jingle Pickle, Valentine, Falling Upside, thank you. The fuck has gone on with his hand there? Eat real quick. Yeah, I just need some food for that, dude. 123 wire. It's using headphones for streaming that's causing it. Yeah, it's playing DayZ for 5 days a week. Who do I think will win the World Cup? England, obviously. I think France are nailed on favourites, but since before the tournament started, my sneaky kind of not one of the top 3 or 4 in the betting were Brazil, and I still stand by that, even though they're not the best team in it or anything. I think Brazil have got a better chance than their odds at the start of the tournament. I just think with the manager they've got, and I think with it being in the Americas, I think Brazil will do a bit better than people were expecting. Sorry, if you take a splint, you'll stop going unconscious for a minute while you've got a morphine. Yeah, I did that at the start. Yeah, but you can still walk on a broken leg without taking an epinephrine. You just have to hold left control while you walk. There's no window behind me, Mega Cat. Oh, there is. Fuck me, dude. Honestly, I didn't know there was. Well done on you. I genuinely didn't know there was one. That's so stupid. I genuinely have never even noticed that window in the whole time I've been playing the game. So yeah, you're right. You're right. It's a fair thing. If that dude was running around, I could maybe have got a shot in him. Yeah, I've got loop earplugs today, Chura. That's what I'm using. Thank you. The scar spawns at the convoys be great. Dorstus, helicopter crash sites, a lot of them are alien sites on Banov, right? But they're all around the north of the map, anywhere around the overgrown military, to the east, the west, or the north. You just need to keep looking and get lucky. It's such a big map, though, you can be unlucky. I think that's one of the main things, Glorfindel, yeah. I've already fired a shot and waited bio. I'm waiting right now. I'm making noise in the hope that the dude will appear, but he obviously knows what I'm doing. It won't be long till it's healed, and then I can leave, can't I? There are alien weapons, Frankie. You've got to do the bunkers, which are crazy hard to do. Have you another broken leg? No. No, Kerry, I don't. Quasum, thank you for the prime.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
Arjukes, thank you for the 55. Thank you. For I wield the sword of Colossus. How's the new car? It's great, Simon. I've done some really long journeys in it, like 380 miles round trip on one charge the other week, which was great. Did a really long drive to get my daughter from the Yorkshire Dales the other day. It's been really good. I much prefer it than the last one. It should be better though. It was more money, but it's lovely so far, yeah. It probably went down a smidge. I'd say it was within 10% of when I had it to when I had it at the end. I felt like it lost a little bit, yeah. I don't think it was crazily much though. BMW, I think they guarantee the battery, but they quote that it will be within 10% of what it was like when it was new at 8 years old, or maybe 100,000 miles, I think it was, but the battery, that is. Arjukes, thanks again. Right, looks like we're heading this way. We need to go and get some fucking loot from somewhere. It's an iX3, Hoffman. It's great. An iX3. Oh, it does go way further up the wazoo. Yeah, it does. Like I was just saying. So the longest drive I've done on a single charge was 383 miles. And as I pulled into my estate, it ticked down from 10% to 9% and still had just over 50 miles left. So that was on a day when it was 12 to 14 Celsius, so it wasn't even a warm day. So on a relatively coolish day, its range, realistic real-world range, and most of that was done at 70 miles an hour on a motorway, would be somewhere around 430 miles, which is insane. Like that's like the Tesla, even when it was like first out the door, would have been more like 270 to 280. It's got X-Drive DayZ Payne, so it's got four-wheel X-Drive. It's not like a selectable, like a 4x4 or something, but it has two motors and they drive the two axles. It's much better, Wisp. It should be though, because it's more money, but it is much better. Buy more warranty. It comes with 3 years, Jack, and I'll probably keep it 3 years and then chop it in for something else. So I don't need more warranty. It's okay. Maintenance and repairs, it won't hit the wallet hard for me, Neil Brown. I got, because of some issues I had, they gave me a free 4-year service plan, which is only 2 services, but I've got the first 2 services for free. There isn't actually that much to service on an EV anyway, so it saved me something like £450, I think, something like that. But there won't be a great deal of maintenance for me. It's brand new, it's got 3 years warranty, and because it's a company car as such, when the 3 years are up, I'll just exchange it for some other company car, you know. Psychedelic skiing, like things like skiing and skateboarding and surfing, are not things that suit me. I'm clumsy enough to fall over standing. It's the new one, DayZ Payne. Yeah, it's really good. Jack, I actually really like the look of the car. I think it looks really good. Are they not stupidly expensive on electricity? No, they're not. About 50 kilowatts is about £4. It depends on your own electricity plan, but that's £4 if I charge it overnight using a plan from my provider. But my house has got 8 solar panels, so I've started charging it in the afternoon, so it's using the solar panels to charge it. So in theory, it costs me next to nothing. I see, Jack. Yeah, buy more warranty. Hoffman, what do you drive then? Share the knowledge. Joking, there's a road tax, but it's relatively low. I think it's in the lower bracket, like 100 and whatever it is, 150 is it? Oh, this false modesty, Paul. I've heard from other Prague visitors, and you can see from your pics and vids that you're looking pretty good these days. Well, I'm doing all right, not really over it, but yeah, I don't really like to. I think it's an English trait anyway, but I'm not going to sit here and big my own appearance up. I'd still like to make a little bit more progress. I'm pleased with how it's gone, though. It was quite obviously everybody there. Fuck me, I found a gun. Everybody there, they hadn't seen me since last June, and even the people like Holly that saw me in October, everybody sort of noted how much I'd changed appearance-wise, you know, which is good, you know. Ah, you do you, Hoffman? Fair enough. In the UK, allowed to just install. Anyone can put solar panels on their roof, Donk. I don't think you need. I don't think you need planning permission for solar panels. No. If they're just going on the roof, I think there's like incentives to have them and stuff. There's like incentives to buy them. There's like money off and such like. But it depends. If you were trying to put them like in your front garden on the ground or something, that like in your front yard, that would be another matter. But if they go on the roof or your garage roof or something, I think you can just do it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go and check the convoy nearby mysticism. Yeah, the public chargers are a little bit more of a hit and miss, Simon. The public chargers, that they can be really expensive or cheaper. It really depends where you go and whether they're ripping you off or not. But that was the one nice thing with Tesla, is that it was a set charge and they were always affordable. But if you're using the infrastructure chargers, which I don't use very often, obviously, I try to charge it from home. But if you're using a non-Tesla charger, it's not a set fee, and some places are going to be out of this world expensive and some of them aren't. You know, it just depends where you are. But I tend to charge it from home. Like, even with the old car, I only charged it in superchargers once or twice a year. And with this car having much more range, that'll be much less than that, you know. It's very rare that I'll do more than 400 miles in one day, so I won't need to. Yorkie, I've just had to upgrade my PC. There should be a specs command that one of the mods can share if you just keep an eye out, but I had an old 13900K and it finally gave up the ghost, so I've just changed to an AMD Ryzen Beast rig setup. I think if there was a convoy here, we'd be seeing it. It's the first time I've had an AMD processor as content rig, Jimmy. Yeah, I had an old laptop with an AMD processor years ago, but it's the first time I've gone AMD as a content douche. I sold the 4090 ages ago, psychedelic. Oh, the convoy's here, and it's got zombies. There's a zombie with a plate carrier. Well, part of the convoy's here. We seem to be finding part convoys again, like multiple times. Like, where's the rest of this fucking thing? It might be the process of despawning. When you say you're 50 to 90 eventually, would you consider selling it to a could be a nice thing for the community? I'd consider it, but there are challenges to that, psychedelic. There are challenges with regards to giving people my address potentially when I post it out. Like there are potential self-doxing issues with it. So when I sold the last one, I just took it to like a cash converter place and I got less for it than if I'd sold it on eBay, but I could just sell it and not have to Yeah, I found the new Morse code sheet. It doesn't actually do anything. I picked it up, but it doesn't do anything at the moment. It seems like it's just like an Easter egg. So it's an international Morse code sheet that tells you what the dots and the dashes are, and then in Farsi language on the other side, I think it is. But I don't think it does. Well, I know it doesn't do anything right now because I've seen Wobo's video. James, a lot of people have seen me find one yesterday, dude, but I've covered what it is now, dude, so you're all good. Where on the map am I now? Between Severograd and Ratnoy. I should SLI two 5090s, yeah, just like £5 plus worth of graphics cards. That seems like a good idea. There's no release date for Badlands yet, Bobcat, no. Simon, yeah, we've been watching the World Cup. I think she's at her dad's this weekend for the 4th of July, so her dad lives like 6 hours inland from Portland by car, roughly. So she's staying there. She drove up yesterday. But on the Sunday night, we're going to watch the England game together, and I'm sure we'll have a few calls and possibly watch another game. But she's been into it. She's been watching the games, yeah. But she's been watching all the games, you know, like some random game, like on at 3 a.m. She's been watching all of them, you know, like keeping an eye on them while doing other things if she's working and whatnot. I've not found a Scar Cruise, no. I've not really been finding good loot, full stop, dude. It's been really hard on this patch, this experimental patch. The loot is low. Neil Brown, have fun. Midday siesta, eh? I'm going to check a few houses. I'm going to head... Well, I was going to head towards the police station. I might still do. We could potentially get a shotgun or something, but... Based on how the loot's been, I don't see us finding an R12. If we're lucky, we'll find some old single-barrel shitter or something. It's nice that the English celebrate the 4th of July. We don't celebrate the 4th of July, Coiner. My other half lives in America. She's American. She's going to see her dad for the 4th of July. But she lives in Portland, Oregon. We don't celebrate the 4th of July. What's changed, Mike? Are you ill? It's just allergies, dude. I don't feel ill at all, but it's the time of year where I actually don't even feel like I've got allergies. It's just my voice is a bit different, but that's all. Like, it's summer allergies, or hay fever as we'd call it in the UK. Well, that wasn't even a question, Redline. The dude just thought my girlfriend was English, I think. I did find a military cap yesterday, Mike, but I didn't check the insulation of it, to be honest, dude. And it was damaged as well. I'd imagine they're low insulation though, because they're designed for Badlands. I think smaller scale map as far as Bohemia were concerned, Psychedelic was probably Sakal. I don't see they'll go much smaller than that. Who knows though? Theatre. Oh, sorry. That's definitely political fifth dimension, but I feel perfectly free, thank you. I'm going to give my girlfriend a gift when you see her.
Been a long time since I was here.
There's jokes I could make.
Call. How was the trip to Prague?
I'm not going to say while I'm streaming. What if she were listening once ever? You know, I'm not no spoilers, dude. Everywhere I go, somebody's already been. There's dead zombies out the front. Alright, well I'm not going in there. Hi Kyber, hope you're good. Kyber X. No, I'd say that's probably true. Yeah, why would she? Ridiculous. Right, I'm going to go up and check the next convoy spawn, which is just up this way. Loot the hunting shop on the way. God, that sounded really loud. ain't catching no fish. I don't even want fish. I don't like fish. I ain't catching any fish. Don't like it. Don't want it. I'll catch, what will I catch? What do I like? Shrimps. I'll catch shrimps. I want crabs. I definitely don't want crabs, and I shan't be getting them from my trip to America Land, I hasten to add. Fuck face. Oh, these earplug things are so weird. They're so weird. Like, some things like that zombie sounds so loud, everything seems weird. Number one, huge anus. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted subs. Exotic, thank you for the bits. Foz, thank you for the bits too. That's very kind, all of you guys. Badska, to Joey, thank you too. Exotic, thank you for the resub. Kyber, thank you for the resub too. Plenty of 308. There's just no guns that shoot it. Someone's really flattened all of the tyres on there. That seems a bit harsh. That's plain. I think the front of the car looks great. I think the back looks nicer, but I think it's a nice looking car. How was the trip and what do you think about the exciting news? Drop. I only went for the Monday to Wednesday, so I only stayed 2 nights. I was really pleased to have gone. I thought it was amazing. The Chernarus bit, the real Chernarus day was fucking brilliant. And it's very exciting that DayZ 2 is a thing, yeah. Mushroom spawning on camping player is a myth. It's not a myth, Cotiplaka. It's not a myth. It's not a myth entirely, no. It's a bit more nuanced than that, but mushrooms spawn because of players in the vicinity, but you can cause them when you spawn in. But if you just spawn into an empty server, you might gradually start to cause mushrooms to spawn in. But if you run into a bit of an area, like a good example, I had this in Livonia. There was a couple of dudes building a base in a very small village on the east side of the map. There's about 6 houses, and they'd been in the village building a base all day, and so there was mushrooms in the forest fucking everywhere because players had been around all the time. It's not a myth. It's how they work. The mushrooms spawn dynamically, and they spawn close to players, but they could spawn in front of you, they could spawn behind you, anywhere within 360 degrees within a radius of roughly 100 meters, but don't quote me on the range because I'm not Wobo. But they do spawn as a result of players, they do. The reality is, though, you could run into a mushroom that you caused to spawn. But if you start running into many, many mushrooms, the chances are someone else has been around. There's actually a video on my channel recently of me playing Chernarus where I'm at Gorka, and there's a mustache house at the top of the hill on Gorka as you're leaving, going into the map more. And I get close to the hill and I see a load of mushrooms on the hill and realise there's a player in the greenhouse because of the mushrooms. You know, it's not a myth. That really is a thing, you know. There's literally a video on my channel where I realise there's a player that's been camping the area because of the mushrooms on the hill next to the house. There was way more mushrooms in a very close area than there should be, which means there must be a player nearby, and there was only one house nearby, and the dude was in it, you know. Still waiting for the Vader dream on OnlyFans, are you, demonetised? I'm not sure Emma Thompson's going to be prepared to play the role, if I'm honest, but you never know. Kyber, thanks again. I feel like they've changed the hunting spawns to stop scopes and rifle spawning in parts of the map where they normally do. I bet things like tundras are only spawning in tier 3 or 4 now. Or no, never mind tundras, blazes and things like that. Something's changed with the loot economy. They made it harder this patch. God, that was loud. I think tundras are tier 4 unofficial, not really over it. I think they're tier 4, but I'm meaning like blazes and things as well. I'm just not finding blazes. I'm not finding Mosins. I'm not finding anything. Like, the best gun I found is a BK-18, a shotgun and a repeater thus far, you know. Well, I've got an M16 on me now, but no mag, obviously. But the M16 is the best gun I've found so far.
Hi Paul and chat, hope you're having a good beginning of the weekend.
Apples, pears and plums, they do indeed, Stephen. Mushrooms also have a good chance to spawn around hay bales too. To be fair, you've been arguing for that. I've not been arguing for making tundras and blazes harder to find, not really over it. I've been arguing for making shotguns on the coast a little harder to find. Making coastal PvP more around repeaters and magnums and sporters and pistols and stuff. I've not been arguing to make rifles that are already pretty difficult harder to find, dude. Yeah, this experimental is different to the last experimental bounty. I had no trouble on 129 stable on official. I've been finding guns like normal. Shotguns are OP IRL too. Yes, that's true, Sparky, but that doesn't mean that a game doesn't need balance, does it, you know? I think like having the single barrel shotgun spawn on the coast is cool, but if a double barrel is really easy to find in Electro, for example, it's the only gun you need, you know, it's a bit too easy for a game that requires balance. Zesty Polvo would run to VMC with that one bullet and the bear trap you left and climb a tree and bait a geared guy. That sounds great, James, but I feel like if I did that, somebody would stream snipe me and know which tree I was hiding in. And I guess with Zesty, the more he grows and the more he does that kind of thing, the more likely it'll happen to him too, you know? Yeah, I ain't too fussed about the potato. I've got decent food and the potato's kind of shite. This is not the beta for Badlands Town, no. It's got some Badlands tech in it and the Scar H and some other stuff, but it's not the beta for Badlands, no. This is Chernarus. That's pain, yeah. I don't know much about much, but I wouldn't fancy a car that size being rear-wheel drive only, personally, especially not as heavy as they are, you know. Am I currently carrying anything from Badlands? Only the... oh, I dropped it. I'd found the new... it's like a Morse code instruction manual that tells you how to read Morse code, but it's something to do with the lore of Badlands, but I dropped it. Why can I not go prone there? There's no date, Brandon, no. Bobby, I know the map, dude. I've been playing since 2014. I know this map, Chernarus, better than I know anywhere in the real world. So no, I don't use an external map, but I don't just go with the flow. I know where I'm going. There's a military base that way, but I am going to go this way and I'm going to try and find myself a hunting rifle and scope. There's some good hunting spawns beyond the next town, which is Chernarus town. How am I still cold? I've got pretty decent. I suppose they're low insulation. I suppose that's why. I'm going to skip the milli base for now, Sparky. Yeah, I may regret it, but I don't know. I want to check here. I would really like to find a gun with a scope. Hi Tony Dillon, cheers for tuning in, dude.
Hello TheRunningManZ.
Ralmano, Val's Juice before that, thank you very much for the support. Cheers both. Fucking repeater. What is going on? Fucking dog shit repeater. James, yeah, they spawn tundras in the ground floor, but not on this version of experimental. Nothing seems to spawn. I check a lot of those. There's one over here that I'm going to check in a second. I often get tundras or savannas or blazes at that as well, but I seriously doubt we're going to get one at the moment. Koyo, the SB-98 I don't think spawns at Kamensk military base. Oh shit. Well, that's something I hadn't remembered. Oh, bollocks. This could cause me to get sick. I'm going to need to find meds. And it's caused me to get sick immediately. So I'm going to have to loot the whole of the town and try and find some alcohol tincture or iodine or detergent spray. There might be some on the well. I think I'm going to drop this UMP. I don't have hardly any bullets. I've not gone the right way to find the bullets. I do have 4 of those, so if it tips from wound infection into blood infection, I can start taking the tetracycline and probably cure it. Oh. Something on the well, I think it's vitamins. Could have let it heal on its own and used that saline. If you let it heal on its own, Keo, then you lose a load of blood, but it's still 50-50 whether you get wound infection or not. So it doesn't change the outcome, you just lose a lot of blood. Like, if you let it heal on its own, you can still get the same thing, but you're then much lower blood. That's basically it. I think Morocco are absolutely nailed on to beat Canada, unfortunately, dude. I don't give Canada much of a chance. I hope they do okay, though, but I think Morocco will win that. The Morocco are substantially better than Canada. They've got much better players. I'd be surprised if they didn't win easily. 2 or 3-0, maybe 3-1. Picks today. Egypt, then Argentina, and who's the last game again? I can't remember. If it's Canada versus Thingamajig, then Morocco. Colombia versus Ghana. Colombia. A jacket to cut for rags, or the thing, I can cut it, but it won't really make any odds. I can use the sewing kits just fine. The issue is that I'm going to be sick. I need alcohol, or iodine, or detergent spray. I don't want to leave the dead zombie out the front of the house. That's handy, they've got more meds, so I can potentially fix the... I can definitely fix it if it goes to blood illness now. No, it's Everick, I didn't murder them, I just found the body. It looks like they suicided to me. Maybe there's a map on the there's a knife on the ground. I don't know. They're not in the suicide. I don't know. It's weird. I don't think they were moided. I don't know. Their jacket is ruined. Got spare boots. That's a weird thing to carry, isn't it? Fuck me. Fed up of being cold. It's doing my fucking nutting. I don't even know if I'm going to take the shotgun, to be honest. Yeah, I think they were shot. It's weird they're not been looted, though. They're not looted at all. Fuck, that scared me. I thought that was a dude for sure. What illness have I got? I've had to bandage Claude. I had to fix wounds with a sewing kit. That's what it is. When you say doing my nutting, you remind me of Danny Dyer. You having a bubble, ain't you? Maybe, just maybe, there is another body around. They traded shotgun blasts. Well, the dude died with a knife in his hand, so he definitely didn't trade shotgun blasts. Going to take them because they're a bit warmer. Right, I think that's enough looting. We've got all the stuff, so I think I'm not going to bother with the shotgun. I can't be arsed. I'll regret it, but I'm not taking it. Fuck that. Shotguns ain't got shit. Judging by his upper stuff being ruined, I would say he was shot. And he was shot from the hill over there. He's fallen backwards and his backpack and his upper body is ruined. I'd say he was more likely shot by a powerful round. His vest was badly damaged, yet he's got things to fix the vest on his body, so when he was fired upon, it probably damaged his vest and killed him in the same bullets. I saw the food, Koyo. It's only unknown food, though. I don't eat that shit. Right, I haven't found the tetracycline. Sorry, I haven't found the meds that we need, but I'm going to check the houses this way. I'm not as worried because I've got 10 tetracycline, so I can use those anyway. And I've also now got bandages to stop me getting it again. I've been cold a long time, so just changing to these seems to make sense. Yeah, you have to join a third-person server to play third-person My High. There's plenty of third-person servers. You just press V to switch between modes. But you have to be on a third-person server. You often get tundras or savannas or blazes there. Sometimes on the top floor you can still get them in these, but it just doesn't seem like the economy's the same today. It's kind of broken. Blind Cat, thank you very much for the 38 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Michael Holloway and Wonder Brett, cheers for the follows. If you go east out of town here, there's some hunting cabins at the end of the road. East. Yeah, west there's quite a lot, but I know, Sparky, yeah, I know. I'm going to check a few of these just to see if I can get the thing to fix my illness before it goes to the next stage. But if I go that way, there's a grandma's house which spawns blazes and tundras and the like, and then the other side of it there's a hunting stand and a feed shack right next to each other that spawn stuff too. There's also another hunting stand on top of that. Scar is on experimental, it only spawns at convoys though. How do you know when it turns from wound infection to blood infection? The character's grunt gets louder, and every time you grunt you lose a little bit of health. It will be fairly soon though, I think it's about 20 minutes, so it's coming up relatively soon. I don't think there's much chance the Tetra's going to get ruined, so I don't see the point really. I could do, but it's not really one thing that gets ruined very often when you get hit by a Z or something. I'll do it especially for you though. Jeremy, yeah, I know where they are as well, dude. I think there's more than 3 to be honest, but they're in a little row. Next to a couple of sheds just before the grandma's house. I always forget that your stamina doesn't replenish the same when you've got this illness. I really find it weird because I don't look at the stamina bar ever. I just play based on, like, assuming there's a regular stamina bar like normal. It's just weird. I keep going to run and feel like the game's broken because I can't. Take meds again. I've not taken any meds yet, Taverner. It's too early. The meds I've got fix. The illness I've got is a wound infection, and that's fixed by the thing I'm looking for, and I don't have. The antibiotics fix it when it moves on to full-blown blood infection, like sepsis. So I've got to wait till I get sepsis before the antibiotics will work. Just through there's the outhouses where we may find the tincture, but any money you like, this is what will happen. I'll check here in the hope of finding a scope or whatever. There won't be a scope, and then just before I get to the toilet, the outhouses, my illness will go to stage 2, and then when I get to the outhouses, the thing I need will be there. The scar spawns on convoys only, Antonio. It's possible the antibiotics might cure it now, but I'm not really worried. I'm just going to go this way. I know it cures stage 2. I'm just trying to find the meds that I know definitely cures it. It's all good. It would make sense that the antibiotics aren't for something that's just happened. Like if you cut yourself and it might get infected, you need to take antibiotics if it starts spreading. But if you've got an issue with a cut, you apply something directly to the cut, don't you? You know, like that's kind of the thinking behind it, I think, right? Ah, there we go. Look, it just went to stage 2. So now I've probably just talked this in. We're going to go over. I did hear that shot to the south, by the way, but there's not much I can do about it. Now I'll get the meds I was needing. Kind of handy. Well, at least I didn't get the meds. If I had, I'd have been annoyed. Brutus, thank you for the 58 months. Blind Cat, thanks again. Cheers for the support, peeps. Truck normally there. Guys, there's a re-roll merch giveaway on the YouTube. Oh, sorry, on the Twitch chat right now. If you type exclamation enter in the Twitch chat, you've got the chance to win.
Gifted a FMD Tour mug 11 ounces to the chat. Type enter for a chance to win.
So if you want to win the
get your own TRMZ merch, guaranteed to increase stamina and add an inch or two. Keep on running.
want a chance to win the mug? You know what to do. Type exclamation enter into the Twitch chat. Right you. James, yeah, well, a lot of people telling me where things are on the map or whatever, you know, like, but I guess if people watch regularly, they know that I come the way that they're telling me, you know, but it's understandable, dude. People like to sort of share their knowledge and get involved with the stream and whatnot. It's completely fine. It never really... The only time backseating bothers me is... and it doesn't really bother me then, but it's much more like... I've just killed 2 dudes and they've got like SVDs and DMRs and I've just killed them with kind of average guns. And I'm trying to get the guns and get their plate carrier, and someone in the chat is screaming about the fact that he's got, I don't know, a battery or something, you know, or he's got gloves and I haven't, or he's got better boots, you know. Someone's literally typed 6 times, get his boots, get his boots, get his boots, and I'm still filling up the SVD mag or something, you know. That's when it annoys me, but other than that, like, backseating never annoys me, you know. It doesn't even annoy me then. It's just like, the boots may well be the thing, but there's much bigger priorities, you know. So this house can spawn sniper rifles, like that one. So maybe we're just far enough into the map to cause it to come in now. It's the best gun I've found, I think, on experimental the whole fucking time. Am I going to be doing any more IRL vlogs? Cows Court, yeah, that's what the Instagram's for. So I'm going to America on July the 14th. Hopefully I'll post a few things from that, you know, maybe a little picture or a video of me at the Mariners game or whatever. I don't really know, but yeah, I'll definitely be posting a few things while I'm going to be off from July the 14th till July the 29th. And so hopefully there may be a video or 2 while I'm away. It really depends on what footage we get between now and the end of next week, but yeah, I hopefully we'll get a video or 2 made, and then other than that, there'll only be stuff on Instagram, yeah. I like how your name, Johnny GTA Online, says 18 plus, but then you've asked this kind of question that a schoolboy would ask. Your little avatar or your little picture says 18 plus, but you've literally just asked a kid's question. Congratulations, Don Alonso. You've won. You need to click the redeem link. It wasn't redeemed yesterday, so make sure you redeem it today. This is the second life today, so sorry. First life I got no gear and just died on my way towards Kamensk Milli Base. Sorry, not Kamensk Milli Base. Kamenka Southwest Milli Base. It's been a tricky... like, it's been hard to get loot. This is the best gear I've had. I've got a plate carrier, which I found from a convoy, and I've got a blaze, which I just found. No scope though, but at least it's progress.
Don Alonso 63 redeemed prize. FNB Tour mug 11 ounces.
Don, thank you very, very much for redeeming. Thank you. When in Oregon, if you see a bear, what strat are you going for? Crouch and sneak, away or go prone? Push Miss Portland in front of me. I'll be defending Miss Portland with my very life, rest assured. And she can definitely run quicker than me, so I'm fucked. I don't know what strat I'm going for. I think if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lie down. That's what I've heard. I don't know if it works, but that's what I've heard. Either which way, I'm shitting my pants. Black bears can be brown too. Don't confuse me, Sloth Dad. I'll just start telling them the story about how I came up with the name TheRunningManZ for my channel, and they'll go to sleep, won't they? They'll start hibernating early. That's what I'll do. New strat. So anyway, I saw the Stephen King film, and I saw an article after the Hunger Games, and the bear will be like, no more picnic baskets for me. Egypt has scored already. Holy shit, they ain't fucking about, are they? Wasn't for coming in, I couldn't be bothered to wait anymore. Make yourself busy when you see. Make yourself bigger when you see black bears. Grizzlies, good luck. I don't think they've got grizzly bears round Oregon. Don't worry. They don't have grizzly bears. It's okay. They don't have none. However, it's fine because we're going to like Oregon and then the city, and then when we're travelling to somewhere further away, we'll be in a car. It'll be fine. Grizzly bears will fuck you up. Well, I'm taking my tame polar bear anyway. It's fine. It will shit them. I have an animal companion. I keep it in this little red and white ball, and then if I get attacked I throw it on the ground. Carpet Slayer, thanks for the 5 months. Shabs, thank you too. They have cougars, two-legged and four-legged, eh? Blimey. I ain't looking for no cougars of any number of legs. If you could have a DayZ sidearm to protect you from the bear, what would you take? Yeah, I think a Deagle would probably be the best choice, wouldn't it? Yeah. No, MK2. I like a challenge. An MK2, I've got to wait until it opens its mouth and pray. Good evening. Wondering how you think the eventual release of DayZ 2 will affect DayZ and how they will deal with a split player base. Nox Tempers, I don't think it will split the player base. I think pretty much everybody will move over. You know, like I think the game will be $40 or $50. Maybe it'll be $60 or $70. Who knows? I don't know. But like most people will get the game, and unless it's really bad and DayZ is better, I don't think it will split the player base. I think most people will just switch over. You know, it's been out for 12 or 13 years. It's going to be a few years yet, but I don't buy that. I know some people think it will split the player base. I don't see it. If it lands and it lands well, it won't split the player base. People will buy it and they'll stay on it. If it lands and it's poor, then it might split the player base. But we'll have to wait and see. Miss Portland with a pink Derringer, eh? No, I think she'd probably suit some kind of SMG. James, Bear Talk hits close to home right now, dealing one with myself. He's actually right outside, little bastard. The Scar spawns at crash sites, at convoy spawns, Antonio. They've introduced new convoys to the patch. It spawns on those. Well, good luck, James, with the bear outside. Holy shit. We don't know anything like that, Azure. We don't know if it'll be early access or not. I should think it'll be a couple of years before we know that kind of thing. Maybe a year, but who knows? It's not. We're nobody knows right now.
I work at a Ford dealership in SW, Washington. Awesome Ford. Stop by with Miss Portland and test drive a Mustang GT or whatever you like.
Oh, can I test drive it right down to San Diego? Imagine I'm not going, so no. Dude, we could test drive it to Seattle for the weekend. That would be marvellous. Can I have a weekend test drive? Dude, thank you for the offer. I appreciate it. I don't think I'll be driving in America Land because I'm not very good at driving on the, let's just say the right side of the road to not upset people. Do you think there are more active players on PC or console? We were talking about this the other day, Sir Jimmy. It's about 3 to 1. There's more people playing on PC than console. Garrett, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for gifting Sloth Dad the sub. Thank you. Big Barrett, thank you very much for the super chat. I didn't go in any tunnels, dude. No. Oh, they're the new knuckle dusters. Why is it all so hard to make them go kind of like that, but facing to me? I can never do it. Sloth Dad, dude, thank you for the gifted subs. I really, really appreciate it, man. Thank you, Garrett, for gifting Sloth. Sloth, thank you for 5x in it. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I had the other ones earlier today, no chill. War Chicken, I didn't see a dog, but several people saw dogs with assault vests or dogs with some kind of vest on, yeah, like attack dogs. If I do a super chat, does that pay the streamer? Soggy, 70% goes to the streamer, 30% goes to YouTube. But, dude, just chill and watch the stream. There's no need to do a super chat. It's all good. I'm going to loot that summer camp over there, and then afterwards I'm going to go and put my dinner on. Driving on the wrong side of the road has to do with horses and swords, and for most of Europe it also has to do with Napoleon as well. Because Napoleon was left-handed, so he changed it. So everybody used to drive on the left side of the road, but Napoleon made everyone in Europe change, and that's why you changed. But yeah, we drive on the left side of the road because of passing on, like, if you're passing other people and you were back in the day of horses and carts and whatnot, and most everybody was right-handed, so you would have your sword sheathed on your right side, So we're on the left side, so that as you were passing someone who could be unfriendly or like otherwise, you had your sword on the right, ready to avenge yourself from someone coming the other way, and they had their sword on the right if needs be. So we pass on the left. But most of Europe was the same, but that was changed when Napoleon was around, because he was a turgid little man that wanted it the other way because he was left-handed, and everybody else went that way. So most everybody was on the left until then. Little did he know that he would be making car companies rip off people that drive on the left side of the road many years later. Bastard. War Chicken, we had a little bit of a play with the Nintendo Switch for a minute, but I did get a motorbike, but I crashed it like 50 metres after getting it. Is that true? What I just said is true, Nathaniel, yeah, about swords and Napoleon and whatnot, yeah. They are in a climate-controlled stadium. Why the hydration break tooth? Well, it's for adverts, but FIFA's excuse is clearly that a lot of the games are going to be above temperature, so they need to have ad breaks / hydration breaks. Like if it's above 30 Celsius, they do need hydration breaks. They do that in the Premier League, and that's fine. So what they're saying is that during those hydration breaks, the coaches get opportunities to coach their players. So, especially in the group stages, you could have a team that's getting a hydration break and the coach can coach, and then another team is in an air-conned stadium, and those are competing against each other for points to try and qualify. So to try and make it fair for everyone, they said hydration breaks for all. But the reality is that just sells more adverts, right? That's why that... I think they're never going to go away, though. They've opened Pandora's box now. Like, unless they're at a cold World Cup where no hydration breaks are needed, like the next World Cup is in Portugal and Spain mostly, and Morocco.
I've got a bike.
They're definitely going to do the
ride it if you
hydration
like.
breaks
It's
for every
got a
game.
basket, a bell that rings and things to make it look good. I'd give it to you if I could, but I borrowed it.
Terry, well, thanks for that little tale. I feel like I've really learned something. Yeah, never give away something if you've only borrowed it. That's good advice. Well, I think the biggest skew of unfairness is clearly Mexico playing in Mexico, you know, like all of us England fans are worried like shit about it, you know, but it doesn't get more unfair than that. A team, it's not just home advantage. Oh, it worked after one, but it's not just home advantage, it's altitude advantage, and not having all the people that you play against have not got the ability to adjust to the altitude, and you're already well and truly adjusted to it, you know, like / used to playing there anyway, you know, so that is way beyond anything else, you know, but it is what it is. Players are going to be taken... yeah, Deshawn was talking about the Viagra and about how apparently it's allowed. Did I hear something? Hello? I'm struggling with these plugs. I'm hearing things that aren't there. So England playing most of their EU games in England is something you're against then? Iwaldi, if you're the host nation, you tend to get the big stadium, right? That's understandable. But getting home advantage in a home World Cup is different than getting altitude advantage. That's a different level, isn't it? That's not that you're conflating 2 points. Mexico being the hosts and getting an advantage of home stadium is the same as every other one, but it's beyond home advantage when it's altitude and the time that the other team can stay there prohibits them acclimatizing. That's not the same thing, is it? Like, you're arguing for something that I'm not making a point about, are you? Like, every team that hosts, like if you're the host nation, you're likely to get the big stadium. I.e., if you're the host nation, you're likely to get Wembley. Sorry, if you're England, you know that's very true. But the advantage there is that you're in your home stadium. But the tickets still, like if England played, I don't know, England played Germany in Wembley in a quarter-final of a Euros, there'd be half of the stadium would be English and half of the stadium would be Germany. There's a small advantage, but it's very small, right? Playing in Mexico is not the same thing, is it? You know, the advantage is not that it's in Mexico. The advantage is that it's at fucking 2,000 meters of elevation. Right, have a little swig of me water. Still no scopes. The scopes just don't fucking exist, do they? Surprised England are still favoured. I think the odds are a lot closer than they would normally be, Diggle. I'm not saying England should be favoured, by the way, but it's close. I feel it's a 50-50-ish game. And I'm an England fan, but I'm worried like hell, you know. Like anyway, if it was anywhere else than Mexico, England would be really heavy favourites, you know. The fact that it's in Mexico has made the odds a lot narrower. Did you find a water truck? I did not, War Chicken, no. I survived by cooking a sheep and finding water in canteens. I found the most exciting thing I found was the dam. I went to the dam and I explored it quite thoroughly. It was kind of cool. I found fresh water. And then after that, there looked to be things beyond the dam, so I went running over and had a look elsewhere, but it was actually not that great. Like I thought I ran really a long way thinking it was going to be some kind of cool military base, and it was just like a little area with not much. So there's one of the new caps, and it's in worst insulation and it's pristine, so clearly it's not keeping you warm. So that's very good for Badlands. Worst insulation. Alrighty, that was the second one, I didn't realise. Fishy, Mexico has 2 players that play and live at 2K in their daily life, the rest play at... Yeah, but they've been there the whole time, Fishy. They played their last game at the same elevation. They have acclimatised it. They may play elsewhere, but they'll have played there... Well, every time Mexico play at home, they play there, right? So they're used to playing at that elevation regularly if they play for their country every time they play there, right? So they've got that advantage already. But the bigger advantage is that they're acclimatised to the altitude because they've been based there for the whole fucking tournament, right? There's no way England can be there long enough to acclimatise, so they're going to get a hit to their performance that cannot be avoided. Like, it doesn't matter who you are and how fit you are. You could be I don't know, you could be the best triathlete or the best marathon runner, whoever. I don't even know who the marathon champion is, but if you're going to go and run the same race at Mexico with no acclimatisation, it's going to fuck you, you know. Like, it's not an excuse, Scoobies, it's a fact. It's a fact for every team that plays there. It's not an excuse, it's a fact. That it's one of the reasons that makes the game a much closer game. You would think that England would have had some kind of way to try and, like, get them more used to that altitude, like with some kind of tank or whatever. I don't know what's possible, but you'd think they would have been trying it already, but I don't know. I think Colorado is like quite a bit lower, like 2,000 feet lower than the Azteca as well. I think Colorado's about 5,000 feet. The stadium that the NFL guys play at is about 5,000 feet, and the Azteca's at over 7,000 feet, so it's quite a lot higher as well. There are altitude tents that athletes can sleep in to help acclimate. Well, maybe they've had that. I really hope they've done something. But if they had done something like that, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be advertising it. But you would think maybe they could sleep in something that would help them to acclimate, you know? I hope they have. Do I run a lot? No, only in DayZ, dude. The running name comes from DayZ. I do a lot of walking. I hike every day, you know, I do more than 10,000 steps pretty much every day, right? But I don't like running. It's not really my bag, maybe. Well, that went well. I should really look at the zombie I'm trying to kill. Yeah, Goober, we did. But he has fucked up not bringing another right back. He really has. I really hope Reece James is fit for Sunday night, Monday morning. But I don't know. Even if he is fit, I feel like he'll go on and come off injured. Like I don't think he will be fit. I think they'll take a gamble on him if they play him, kind of thing. You know. I was just going to say, what will I do if I find a Mosin? Because I need a better gun, but I've got no scope. Yeah, D-Sean, a lot of athletes train at altitude to give them a benefit when they get back to lower down. Don't you think it's strange, though, that a host nation only plays in a stadium that is favourable to them all the time? Well, it is what happens in the host nation, but with Mexico, it's just got an added level of benefit that not everybody has, you know. Like, another example, which would be, I don't think it would be allowed, but just say, for example, if, I don't know, pick a country. Italy. Italy hosted it, and for whatever reason, Italy's home stadium had AstroTurf. Like, as in fake turf, not real grass, but fake artificial surface, right? If they had that and they played on it all the time, they would be used to the surface and the way the ball bounces and the way it runs and how you tackle and how it works and everything. That would give them an advantage beyond just being at home in the game. And it's not even as big as the altitude, but it would give... Things like that are a layer above home advantage. But if you're the home nation, you do normally get that. I don't think Canada have had it the same, but Mexico have been lucky. The draw has been laid out specifically for them. If they won the group, they'd get the first 2 games at the Azteca. What are you going to do? Disqualify the host nation's team from competing? No, but I think maybe letting Mexico have the games at home in the knockout stages is an added level of benefit that no one else seems to have had ever before. You know, I think that's true. Who knows what it will matter though? England, if they can't beat Mexico, even with the altitude difference, if England can't beat Mexico on Sunday night, they're not going to win the World Cup. So who the fuck cares, right? It doesn't. This is not about England's chances. England should beat Mexico. Even with these challenges, England should beat Mexico. And if they can't, well, they weren't going to win the World Cup, you know, so it doesn't matter. But as a wider point, it's not particularly fair on Ecuador. It's not particularly fair on the tournament in some ways. But Mexico are not the best team. They've got a couple of really good players. If they win, they win. If they don't, they don't. It's given them a better chance. But England, if they play well, will beat Mexico. If they don't play well, they're probably fucked. It's true for every host country being able to play knockout games at home. What are you on about? Psychedelic. Exactly what I just said. It's a much bigger advantage for them. It's a very simple fucking concept, dude. It's not just playing at home. They're getting more of an advantage. It's pretty fucking obvious, isn't it? It's not complicated, is it? It's not like England playing at Wembley or France playing in Paris. It's beyond that, isn't it? It's way beyond it. But nonetheless, if England can't beat Mexico, then they're not going to win the World Cup. You know, they should be capable of winning that game, whatever. So it's a very simple point I'm making. I'm just saying it gives them an unfair advantage over everybody else. It does. Ecuador are better than Mexico, in my opinion. They were never going to win that game, I don't think, you know. Spain beat Austria yesterday, Brandon. Yeah, I only had kind of half an eye on it, but they look pretty solid. They look good. Is the Scar actually in the game? On experimental, spawning at convoys, yes. Yeah, we've been talking about altitude for about 5 or 10 minutes, Psychedelic. So I probably made the point about 3 times, I guess is the thing, you know. But yeah, it does happen. Oh, I'm definitely watching the match, Band of Brothers. It might affect the start time of the stream on Monday because I'm obviously going to be going to bed at 3 a.m. or something, you know, and if England have won or if England have, whether they've won or they've lost, I'll probably all full of adrenaline and struggle to sleep for a little while. I think Morocco will beat Canada, Tone. Yeah, I think they will. Lee Masters, 7,000 feet is quite a lot to adjust to. It does affect things. It does. They reckon somewhere between 8 to 10% of your VO2 max or something like that until you adjust to it. It doesn't take much at the professional level. This is not me setting this up. England should win the game, but if you're a top athlete or if you're a professional footballer and you're losing 8 to 10% of your lung capacity and the whole team is, if that figure's right, that's roughly what's being quoted. That's fucking huge, dude. Like, there's in a game that's about small margins and the difference between the team that wins and the team that loses is 2% or something, you know. Very often there's small margins, little moments and stuff. Losing 8 to 10% of your performance is fucking huge. Yeah, Goober, I think USA-Belgium's 50-50-ish as well. Like, I've got a sneaky feeling the USA will win it. Belgium on paper, I think, they've got better players than the USA, but I think the USA are a better team and they've got the home advantage. You know, I think the USA might squeak the game, but it's going to be really tight. What's the score going to be for Norway-Brazil? I really think it's a tight game. I think Norway are pretty good. I think they've got a good team. I've only seen Norway when they played Italy, and not Italy, sorry, when they played France, and they dropped a lot of their players. But their squad is good. Even their like team that was full of drop players was decent. You know, they've got a good whole squad. Norway. I think Brazil will probably win the game. I kind of want Norway to, but I think Brazil will win it. I think it'll be tight. I think it'll be like 1-0, 2-1, something like that. But I think Brazil will probably win it. Just coming over this way because there's a couple more hunting spawns, and I do need to put my dinner on as well. I don't think the figures are right, dude. That's what. Go and Google it. Go and Google what 2,000 meters of elevation means for an athlete. You can go and read up on it. The figures are the figures. I was a soldier, operated all over the world, different alts and temps. That's great, dude. Like, I'm sure you did a great job, and GG for your service as well. That's amazing. But you're not having to, like, let's just take the Olympics. The difference between winning the Olympics at 200 meters and coming 5th is such a tiny margin, and something like that would make a difference. But to 100 soldiers, they can all still do the job, you know, like, and a fucking very admirable job it is too, you know, but it's not the same comparison, is it? I was super fit and didn't notice oxygen deficiency until I was over 3,500 metres. Well, that's the other thing with altitude thing, dude. It affects everybody individually, you know. There's no one rule for it, but how your body deals with altitudes is different to how the next body does. So the 8 to 10% is a generalisation across everybody. But just like some people get seasick and some people don't, some people are affected more by altitude and not. Like people when they climb Everest, which is extreme, nobody knows what's going to happen to them until they climb it. Some people almost die at that altitude and some people are fine, you know, like there's no way of knowing. So if you're one of the people that's not really affected, that's good, but that's anecdotal. It's not a fact, is it? It's an anecdotal thing for your body only, isn't it? Very cool, I got a scope. I'm very pleased about that. We can drop the Mo's in now.
Altitude, multitude.
No, that's not right. I'm dropping that one. Will I stream until the 1 AM kickoff? No, I won't. But I am going to be streaming on Sunday. I'm going to be streaming between the two sporting events. So the Formula 1, the British Grand Prix is on. It starts at 2 PM. So I'm going to watch the Grand Prix and then I'm going to start streaming after the race, somewhere between 4 and half 4, I would guess. And then when the Grand Prix is over, I'll start streaming, and then I'll probably stream somewhere like, I don't know, let's just say 4 till 10, 4 till 11, like a strange stream for me, and then I'm going to stop. It's not all new additions, Kevin, it's just some.
I have been sat here struggling to contain my pedantry, but I simply can't. It is not lung capacity that is affected, but rather the reduced oxygen partial pressure means reduced binding to hemoglobin and thus reduced aerobic capacity. Ah, I feel better. Now you see.
Why Mrs. HDB loves me. Yeah, she does. And I guess you can measure that with an effective 8 to 10% of VO2 max. Thanks very much for that, Head T-Ball. I'm sure she's madly, deeply in love with you still to this very day. I'm gonna go to Tissy after I've got some food, Goober. I'm not gonna go now. I need to do it. It's what time are we at? 10 to 8, and I've not eaten yet. It's a bit late for me to be eating my dinner, to be honest, but I need to eat. I'm fucking hungry. Head T-Ball, thank you very much. Just Larkins, thank you. Solid Matic Snake, thank you. Terry Tuckins, thanks as well. Right, I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna make my fries, and I'm gonna make another coffee as well. A bit late for coffee, isn't it? 10 to 8. I think I might have a tea actually. But anyway, I'll be back.
TRMZ love.
Right, I'm back. I've got spaghetti with meatballs, but it's like spaghetti made with gluten-free oats. It's actually really good. I made tea. My reach, I've not really had the opportunity for kills. I've finally got a blaze with a scope after looking for fucking hours. I might go to Tissy and try and find some mags for the M16, and then we're actually going to have a loadout for the first time in 2 days. Can I ask a watch question? Fire away, Tiggers. Saying 1 a.m. in the morning for what the fuck's going on here? Still saying 1 o'clock in the morning for on the BBC website, dude. So there's a big queue, so it's just as well I've joined now while I eat. That's kind of annoying. Tiggers, Rolex GMT Master is valuable. Yeah, you want to be sure it's actually real. I'm not saying it's definitely fake, but there are a lot of fakes out there. Like, I'm not saying it is, but I would take it to a Rolex AD to get them to confirm it's real if I were you. Like, take it to somebody that sells Rolex watches and ask for an appraisal. You might have to pay for it, but at least then you'll know it's real. Or you need to go to a watchmaker or something just to be safe. GMT Master does have value, even if it's from the 1960s. It has a lot of value. So yeah, any GMT Master has got decent value. If you've got proof of purchase, then you definitely know it's valuable, because proof of purchase will have the money it cost on it, won't it? You know, it's definitely worth money.
Spoon or no spoon, there is only one real answer.
It says here on the BBC website, England-Mexico game could move because of storm threat.
2.5 years of TRMZ love. Roses
Weird,
are red.
I don't think it's
I'm
changed
sweating
yet.
from my
No,
glands.
it's just
Would
conjecture.
you come with me to the Badlands?
Spoon or no spoon? I like a fork, dude. I like a nice forking. Cheers, Admire Not. Thank you, Divers. Thank you very much for 2.5 yearning. Admire Not, thank you again. Scorilo, thank you for the 20 months. Massey D, thank you for the 42. Primal Scream, thank you for the bits. Thank you for sniping me once again. Mr. Consistent, thank you, dude. And Head T-Ball, cheers for the bits too. It would be great if they brought it earlier. It would be great. I see your friend's been on Twitter calling you bad words, Redline. It might be time for you to block, I reckon, or mute, whichever you do. There isn't a Redbreast 14, Captain. There's a 12 and a 15. My favourite whiskey's Bunnahabhain 18. Ammo, yeah, I'm a watch nerd, yeah. I don't talk about my own watch collection though, dude. I got them for me, you know. Optimal, dude, that's insane. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. Cheers, Optimal Drippage. Thank you very much for gifting 50 subs. That's incredibly kind, dude. Thank you. No way FIFA are going to move the game till Monday at 1 o'clock, are they? Well, at 1 o'clock in Mexico, maybe. So if I go to the FIFA website and I go to the match schedule, fuck me, God, this is a long way. Okay, so Sunday the 5th. Mexico versus England is showing on the FIFA's own website. It's showing as match 92, Mexico versus England, 8 p.m. Mexico City Stadium. I'm looking at FIFA.com and the time still says 1 a.m. for that game. Well, I'm not seeing anything in it.
TRMZ Heart.
Sorry guys, give me 1 sec. Won't be long, guys. Right, there we go. Sorry, I've got this really weird email thing going on. I don't want to go into too many details, but I've got somebody that's very, very confused and very upset emailing me, and has been since last night. It's just, I'm not going to go into any details. It's so confusing. I think the person's maybe a little unwell. I don't really know. But, my God, I've never experienced anything like it. I've never experienced anything like it. It's very strange. Like, they're adamant that I'm involved in some kind of drama on the DayZ Underground server, which I've played once in 25. I haven't played for years. I don't want to go into any details, but they finally sent me video proof of me being in this particular thing, and it's just some random English bloke. It's not me. Just some guy with an English accent, and they've sent me this tirade of, will you stop doing this, that and the other, I'll send you proof that you're doing it. And they've sent me a video, and I'm not in the fucking video. I just leave me alone. I've just been politely saying, like, they've listed these names of people that are harassing them and doxing them and stuff, and I'm one of them apparently. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave me alone. And then they go, that's not good enough. You need to do this. You should do this. I'm going to call the police. And I'm like, but I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave me alone. I hope it goes away, but I don't know what you want me to do. And they keep coming back, and they finally sent me a video earlier. It's just some English guy. It's not me. I've really been polite. I'm trying to be polite because I think they are having a bad time, and it's not good for them, and I hope it gets sorted. But they're talking to me like I'm doing it, and I'm not. I don't even know who they are. I'm just another English person. It doesn't even sound like me. I don't know what to do. It's just, I'm politely replying saying it's not me, and they still don't believe me. Like, and the video is just some random 2 or 3 people in a server, and nothing really happens. I don't know. Well, I'm going to ignore the emails from now saying Kojima, but the person that's messaging me has clearly had some troubles, and I don't want to be horrible. I'm trying to be polite, and if they are being harassed and doxxed, that's serious, and I don't want to just ignore it. Obviously, I'm not involved, but I'm trying to be polite, but the tone of their email and everything, there may be a little bit of paranoia or worse involved. They might be not very well. I don't know, but my dad had mental illness. I have some experience with it. I'm trying to be nice, but there's only so long I can bang my head against the brick wall, you know? I haven't gone into full details, my Reach. I really haven't. Like, it's more about names and stuff that matters. I'm not going to, like, it's all just very confusing. It's just, I don't know, they won't let it lie. I don't know what they think I can do, but anyway, I am going to stop emailing back, but it's just, I just hope they're okay. Vargassi, thank you for the 47, by the way. Thank you. Optimal Drippage, thank you again. That's incredibly kind. Thank you. Nia Neil, thank you for the 60 months. So the England game is definitely moved. That's such good news if it is. It does mean I'm probably going to be off on Sunday then, because it's Grand Prix and then foosball. England game moved. Where's the... Okay, 40 minutes ago. England versus Mexico changed after this severe thunderstorm warning threatened chaos. England's last 16 World Cup showdown against Mexico is set to be moved forward to 7 p.m. Sunday night amid severe storm warnings, according to reports. So that's not a fact. That's on the Sun website. Can't trust the fucking Sun. But where is it on the... It's on GB News. I'm trying... It says on the BBC 35 minutes ago, it says could be moved. England versus Mexico set to move to earlier kickoff time. FIFA is understood to be bringing forward the game at Azteca in Mexico, which had been scheduled for 1 a.m, 6 p.m. local time. Forecasts suggest that there could be thunderstorms and heavy rain around that time, and FIFA has not yet provided any explanation for the change. Under tournament safety rules, any lightning strikes detected within 8 miles of the stadium result in an automatic 30-minute delay. FIFA regulations for World Cup 2026 state it has the right to cancel, reschedule or relocate matches at its sole discretion. Huh. But that still says could be, it's not confirmed. Like saying FIFA is understood to be bringing it forward is not the same as it being definite. But look, that's good though if it goes. If it does get brought forward, that'd be great. That's going to annoy the ICC Women's World T20 World Cup final between England. Yeah, that's not good for other sports, Garfield. San Kojima, I don't think it makes a lot of difference to the England team, but it's good for the people watching the game. But it's certainly not a definitive 100% guaranteed thing. Yeah, Sky News have just popped up on my phone. England's next World Cup match could be moved. So this England Viagra thing, and studies have shown that by reducing blood pressure in the lungs it counteracts feelings of fatigue and dizziness experienced at high altitude. Next paragraph. There is no evidence to suggest that England players actually plan to take Viagra, a substance best known for treating erectile dysfunction. So it's just a nonsense story that it's not on the banned list and they could take it, but they won't. Ismash, it's not confirmed yet. I think they're going to look at the weather and then make a final decision by the sound of it. So if the weather is bad later, they may push it to earlier, but it's not a definite. Hi, Uncle Mike. How you doing? Right, so we now have a blaze, we have a scope, we have bullets. We just need to try and get to Tissy and have a little go at trying to get an M16 mag, and we're well away. demonetised. I've been waiting to get back in because the server had a big queue, so I've only just got back in from lunch. Dinner, I suppose. Zerk, thank you for the 14 months, dude. Yeah, apologies about the delay, guys. It took a bit longer because of no queue priority on experimental, you know. Just got to try and hope for a M16 mag, and then after that I'm going to go off looking for convoys, I guess. They should have added the SCAR to the military loot pools and experimental so players can get their hands on it. I don't think they're really trying to test the SCAR, Cooper. I think they're trying to test the convoys to make sure the convoys work. So I don't think that's what the test is for. It's fairly easy for them to test a SCAR.
Yesterday. Needs guns.
Very cool. Very cool, Doctor. GG, you found any guns at all, to be honest. Fuck me. I honestly don't think they're trying to test the SCAR. They're trying to test the convoys and make sure it spawns and that things are working. So I think they're doing what they want to test, right? It's very easy to test a gun. Like... Sorry, I just had a text from my daughter. I don't love that they're adding more convoy weapons, but at least it's not more gas guns. Well, Sloth Dad, it's probably going to be the convoy gun for the new map, isn't it? It probably won't change the convoy guns on Chernarus. It might be that the SCAR doesn't even spawn on Chernarus or Livonia. It might be only on Sakal. Sorry, only on Nasdara. We don't know, but... it's clearly going to be a Nasdara convoy spawn, so it may not have any difference on Chernarus at all. I don't know if I'm getting on with these fucking loot earbud things at all. They're doing my fucking nutting. They're doing my absolute fucking nutting. Badlands is Nasdara, yeah. I called it Sakal by mistake and then changed it and called it Nasdara. I said Sakal by mistake and then said Nasdara afterwards, tactical, yeah. Nasdara is Badlands. In the same way that Sakal was called Frostline, Nasdara is called Badlands. Don't forget, by the way, guys, you can Steam wish list Badlands. Doesn't mean you have to buy it, but it does actually help the devs out if you wishlist it. It makes it show a little bit higher up on Steam's algorithm, which is good for them. So if you like the game, there's no harm in wishlisting Badlands, even if you might not buy it, because it helps the devs. Seems like a fairly cool thing to do. Joel, yeah, no broken leg this time, dude. For now. The life is still running, though. You never know. Leonardo, it was just in a house quite a long way into the map. A log cabin. God, that dropped slowly, didn't it? Fuck me. THM, thank you very much for the 6 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. There's no official release date yet, Band of Brothers, dude. No. I think it's going to be autumn though, somewhere like September to November-ish, I guess. Oh dear, that's not 100%. They're just looking at it. They're not made a final decision yet. So if you read the article, it says they're looking at doing it, but it's not guaranteed, dude. So don't assume it definitely will be, because you might get disappointed or miss the game. One sec, guys. I'm surprised they would move the game. Like, the game's on Sunday, right? And it's only Friday right now. That seems like changing a game 2 days before based on a weather forecast would seem quite extreme, you know. I guess they can do, though. Maybe they're using it as an excuse to get the game earlier because it would suit England fans more. You never know. I'm all for that, but I feel like if it was a weather-related thing, they'd wait until nearer the time. Maybe the logistics of that are hard, perhaps. BBC says ads. The BBC says they're thinking of doing it, but it's not confirmed yet. Oh dear. I've just read out loud the BBC article. It doesn't say categorically that it is happening. So the Canada game's 1-1 now, is it? That's kind of cool. Don't be landing here. Oh, it's Australia. Yeah, it's not the Canada game, is it? It's Australia versus Egypt at the moment, isn't it? Mysticism, we didn't really learn anything about PS5. No, they are working on, obviously, the 60 FPS conversion, but they didn't really talk about it. Bonus foods. I think, is it Canada Morocco in the night tonight for us in the UK, like 2 or 3 AM or something? I forget when it is, or is it tomorrow? It's not tonight, okay. So Canada plays 6 p.m. tomorrow. Oh, I'll be able to watch that game then. I'm obviously off tomorrow. There will be a YouTube video tomorrow, all being well. I think Finn sent it to me on email already, which is great. He's done a good job getting that done. He didn't get the footage until Wednesday morning, so he's done a cracking job, to be honest. Oh, I thought that was a mag we needed. Fuck me dead, cold. I could take the tetracycline, it would probably cure it quicker, but I'm just going to do the vitamin. Oh, that's the new site. I obviously have to take the new site, right? Oh, that's pretty cool. So it doesn't show the red dot there, but it's obviously there when you do that. Be nice if the Deads made the smokes better for the base game. I agree. Like, they are very good, and like if you're playing on a server that's changed them, like 0 or something, they actually become a worthwhile thing to have. The smokes in the base game don't really work very well, you know. I agree. I think it would be cool if they kind of made them a bit more like they are on 0. Maybe they last a bit too long on 0 for the vanilla game, but the spread of them, I think, is much better. Cheers, Banthy. Take it easy, dude. Oh, it'll definitely go on other guns, Hoffman. It won't go on any of the guns I've got. It'll fit on any of the guns that take the same scopes as the DMR or the M4 or the MP5, UMP, so on. There's loads of guns it will go on, definitely. Anything that an ACOG scope goes on. Oh, they were trapped in there, I think. Somebody may have been here relatively recently. Can you find the Scar Mags at convoys as well? I would expect so, but I suspect the Scar Mags also spawn in like higher tier military. On Chernarus, I think they would spawn at tier 4, possibly 3, but I don't know for definite. That's a guess. but that's how DMR mags are, isn't it? So you'd expect it to be a bit like that. There's no date yet, D-Bear, no. I'm fed up of being cold.
Been following you for a long time. Love your streams, Paul. Love you, bye.
Stucker, thank you. Cheers for the support, Stucker. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I'm taking these. I don't even want to use them. Because they're too big, Liam, they just get in the... They make your footprint of your player really big. They block your view in first person so you can't see behind you. So they're kind of annoying, dude. Hardly any first person players take the stupidly big backpacks because they block your view over your shoulder, and that's a really negative thing, you know. Fuck. Oh my god, fuck me. I could see him in the building. I just sucks. Fuck me dead. That's 4 lives running. Maybe it wasn't the best place to dry my clothes, but nonetheless, it's still fucking unlucky. I could see one in the camo, sorry, in the headquarters building, but I'm not wearing a helmet. I've not found a helmet. Even if I hadn't rang my clothes, I'd have been shot at when I went down the ladder, right? They'd seen me go up there. I was going to be fucked, right? I just... Fuck me. It's so hard to get gear on this fucking patch. And, like, we've finally got somewhere and then died, you know? It's took me 4 hours to get a blaze with a scope. Like, maybe more, actually 4.5 hours. It's so much harder on experimental to get any gear. It's insanely hard to get any kind of decent gear. It's just fucking crazy. That sucks so bad. I shouldn't have dried my clothes up there, but it didn't make any difference. I'd have been shot coming out the ladder, you know? Kyber, I got it at a hunting stand, but really close to Tissy, so in a tier 4 area. It's just so hard to get any gear. Oh well. Another day, another fucking... Right, same as yesterday so far. About 6 hours, 2 deaths, nothing happening, you know. EK, I'll fuck off, dude. You're such an expert after the fact, right? I already said I shouldn't have dried my clothes, but they already had me beat. If I came down the steps, I'd have died as well, right? Like, fuck me. Everyone's an expert, right? I literally said I shouldn't have dried my clothes there, but it then went on to say I'd have been shot coming down the steps, which I would have been, dude. Fuck me. Like, I hadn't even started... I'd not got one circle through the first set of trousers when I got shot at, which means if I'd left there and gone down the stairs, I'd have been shot just the fucking same, you know? Like, you're such an expert, right? Fuck me dead. Killphil, thank you for the 78 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Stucker, thank you very much as well. Thanks again. Rob, thank you too. Well, I don't like to go Tissy solo free ride. That is very, very true. But I've got an M16 as my secondary with no mag, so it was a good place to try and get a secondary, you know, so I tried and failed. Yeah, Thuggin, you're absolutely right. Getting old made all the difference in that encounter, you know. Like, if I'd have been young and really good, I wouldn't have been shot in the head while moving side to side, yeah. It's much harder than official stable to get loot, Jimmy. Yeah, I play quite a lot of official. The experimental branch is much trickier to get loot on, yeah. Killphil, cheers for the 78 months, dude. Thank you very much.
Hi Paul, have you seen the England game could be moved back to 7 PM?
Yeah, we've been talking about it. I hope it does get moved, Mario. I hope it does. That would be really good. Like, not having to stay up till 3 AM to watch it would be cool. Mario, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Hard loot is what makes it good and exciting. I don't entirely agree, dude. I think checking like 30 different hunting spawns before you see a single scope is not that positive of a thing, you know. I think it's really slow. Like, if it feels like there's one scope on the server, it's not very fun, you know. I like official, I like regular official vanilla DayZ right now, it's great, but this patch or this particular server, maybe there's a quirk with the loot economy, maybe there's something broken. But how it is here is not fun, dude. Spending 5 hours to maybe get lucky and find a blaze is not amazing, you know. I like DayZ to be a challenge, but it's a bit ridiculous on this particular patch. And you're saying easy loot is boring and lazy. This is substantially harder than official right now, which is official is plenty hard enough in terms of loot, I think. I don't like boosted servers, I don't like easy loot, but this is beyond, right? I don't know how much you've played experimental, but from what you're talking, it sounds like you've not played much at all. Yeah, Unit, I've found lots of boxes of 308, I've found lots of bullets, but the guns and the scopes are massively turned down. You too, Jacob. I hope you have a good one. Well, Acid, I think they might be testing the loot economy, you know. They might have set it up differently to see if they got feedback about it, you know. But as far as the SCAR goes, I think they're really testing the convoys, you know. I think they're testing the Badlands convoys and testing whether their mechanic for it or the coding for it works. I don't think they're really testing the SCAR so much because I guess it's quite easy for them internally to make sure that the animations are working and the reloads are right and so on, you know. Ah, fuck me. That was just... It was a 5-hour struggle to get anything, and then as soon as you find the scope... it was a risk to go to Tissy, but I kind of needed to, but oh my god. It's not Badlands source, no, this is Chernarus. The title says Chernarus, dude, but it's got some Badlands tech in it that they're testing on experimental. The Scar is 308, it's the bigger Scar, Shranny. OJ, thank you for the support, dude, appreciate it.
Yo, how are you doing, Paul?
I do indeed, Pinkster. Yeah, I do. OJ, thank you very much. I'm doing great. I'm struggling a bit today. I'm trying some earbuds, like to try and help with my tinnitus, like special things that will help. But it's really strange. It's like my ears are blocked. Like I've got sinus issues and stuff. It's a very, very strange feeling right now. Like talking, it feels like I've got my head underwater. It's really weird. So it's kind of pissing me off, if I'm honest. But if it removes my earring, and I'll stick with it and see how it goes for a few streams, you know. But it feels like, you know, when you get I don't know, like a sinus issue and your ears are completely blocked, and when you cough or whatever, some people wrongly, I think, put their fingers over their nose and try and blow to try and clear the sinuses, like, but because the pressure is all weird, it feels like that. And so as I'm talking, it feels like my head's underwater. It's really weird. It's like swimmer's ear, yeah, it's like that. But apparently you get used to it, but I'm just trying them because I just can't keep getting tinnitus, and I need to try it. This seems like a fair thing to do. Somebody that watches the stream, D-Sean, he wears them while he's DJing underneath his headphones, and says it helps him a lot, so yeah, I thought I'd give it a try. I've checked loads of convoy spawns, Mike. I've checked loads of convoy spawns. We found a plate carrier at a convoy today. I've checked every convoy spawn on the loot routes I've been going, but when I've found a convoy, it's just in the process of despawning, so I've only found 2 or 3 trucks most of the time. Like, the rest have already gone. But yeah, I've been checking convoy spawns, like, all the time. That's what I've been doing. D-Bear, if I remove one side, then or partially, it's probably not doing what it's meant to. So, but it's the first day I've got them. I might not persist with them, and I'm not entirely convinced it's the thing I need, but I'll try it and see. Mario, OJ, Killphil, thank you very much. What's in the new experimental server? If you type !patch cap in it can give you some links. Dude, I hope it cools down a bit, T-Bear. It's been really nice the last few days. Last week it was plenty fucking hot enough in the UK, but today it's been like 25 Celsius-ish, which is cool, very nice, but I think it's meant to get hotter again soon. They're talking about another heat wave, but it's kind of nice right now. It's all good, Mike. It's just what I have been doing. It's all good though. It's no break, no bother. But yeah, I've been checking all the convoy spawns. To be fair, when I play Chernarus, I tend to check the convoy spawns anyway. You know, it's like I've habit because it's a good place to get good loot. You know. As to what you said a bit earlier on experimental, I've noticed it's a lot harder this patch. As you said, a lot of people just roaming around the coastal towns because they can't survive. They've certainly changed the economy for the loot somehow. Maybe they're even running some kind of loot economy that Badlands has. Who knows? You know, they might be testing all sorts of things with this particular patch, to do with the way loot respawns. But it certainly seems massively broken. Like, on standard stable at 129, some things are hard to get. Finding a God, I'm going to take one ear out just for a minute. It's turning my fucking head in. Like, I've just got one headset in for a minute. Like, one headphone in. But yeah, like, on standard 129, finding things like stab vests and press vests can be really tricky. They just don't seem to spawn. Like, I've had quite a few lives on official 129, so the recent patch, where you don't get a stab vest and you check everywhere it could be, and you end up getting a plate carrier from a zombie at the airfield or something. That's on official right now. But this patch is a whole new level. It's not just vests, it's everything, you know. Like, you end up taking a repeater to the 3rd military base you've been to, or I don't know, the 25th hunting spawn, because you can't find anything but bullets and no gun. You know, it's crazily different. It's really, really different. But yeah, it definitely is different, Musker, for sure. It's cool that the Aussies have brought it back to extra time. I honestly thought Egypt would win the game fairly easily. And I guess they've gotten a bit lucky that they've got an own goal, but I haven't seen it. It might have been deserved, of course. But cheers, James. Take it easy, dude. By the way, James, that run that you're going to watch, the edited video of it comes out tomorrow, so you could always just watch the edited video. It might be better than trying to watch it via the stream, but yeah, it's coming out tomorrow at 6 PM. No, it's nothing to do with that, Len, man. No, it's not. There's always no wipe on experimental, and the loot players are carrying doesn't affect the loot economy on the ground, so no. What time's the Argentina game? I think it's 10 PM for the UK, isn't it? Yeah, I'm sorry. I just went and checked while you guys were telling me. Trimmy, we've talked about it a lot. I'm afraid you might not like my opinion, but my opinion is that Balakan was very unlucky, but it was a deserved red card. He didn't deserve it, but it was a red card that should have been given. You can't have studs or cleats down the back of someone's heel and then like effectively cutting their ankle in two. If it's an accident or otherwise, that kind of thing is dangerous, and it always ends up with a red card. It always does. So he was unlucky. I don't think it was an intentional thing, but he was unlucky. But it would have been a red card in the Premier League. If Messi did the same thing, he should have got a red card too. But they do get missed sometimes. Sometimes the VAR don't have the courage to send it, or they don't think it's clear and obvious because they believe the referee's seen it and chosen not to do it, which means that it's no longer a clear and obvious mistake in their eyes or whatever. But yeah, once you'd watched that back and seen what had happened, it was always going to be a red. Although Balakan was tremendously unlucky because he literally isn't really trying to do it, but it's what happened. Cheers, Goober, thank you. See, like that, 308 here. Sorry, not 308. 762 by 54. That's decent, you know. The bullets are kind of easy enough to find. And again, 308. But on normal official, you can get scopes here and you can get blazes here sometimes, occasionally. But I bet there won't be either of those. There's a shitload of 308. I did break my leg here earlier. We should be keeping an eye out because there could be another. It was this. Oh, that was it. That was what broke my leg earlier. Look. I hope the blaze will give you I hope the game will give you a blaze just to prove you wrong. I hope it does too. Once again, on official, you can get scopes and blazes in here too. No scopes and blazes. Sash, you ran into that trap there 2 days ago, did you? I think I ran into one there yesterday and then ran into one again today on the same server without paying attention. It's kind of stupid, but there we are. KDI, I think it's a short, and I think it's not a blaze, it's a modded gun. It was a R700. There's a video, there's a short of me getting an 1092 meter shot. And it's our short though, that's where you'll find it. Right, I'm going to go a different loot route this time. I normally go that way and I carry on towards the coast. I'm going to go more towards the middle of the map and Green Mountain and whatnot. Maybe Mishkino tents. I'm going to go a different way. Oh, cheers, Pinkster. There's the clip to the longest kill. Pinkster's just shared it. When it takes them so long to decide, that means they don't know themselves. I don't think that's true, Bombs. I don't think that's true. I do know what you mean to some extent, but it's a serious thing. It's such a big call. There's so much involved, and they tend to want to be seeing it from multiple angles and then make sure they can select the best angle to show the referee on the screen if they're going to do it. So it takes time. And then the referee, like, he's standing there watching it, but he's also in his earpiece and he's got people talking to him, explaining what they want him to see. It takes time sometimes, but it does suck. It sucks when you get things like that.
Man love again?
Which restructuring retinol serum are you using? What the fuck is restructural retinol serum? There must be a joke there somewhere, Quantum, but I don't know what that is. Cheers, Jumbo. Thank you for the support, dude. When are you going to make Sweet Tender Man Love again? Dude, that was a one-off and I told you not to tell anyone else. Cheers, Jacob, dude. It's just face cream to help people look younger. Ah, I see. I use something under my eyes, which doesn't seem to be working. I can't remember the name of the company that makes it. But it's for like black bags under your eyes. I use that for like tired eyes, and that's it. But yeah, I don't use anything else. And I've only been using that since January, and I don't think it's made any difference. Is it CeraVe? I think it's a CeraVe one. Ah, Quantum, yeah, CeraVe, you just said the same thing. I use that just under my eyes, and that's it. But I honestly don't think it's made any difference. I just wanted to try and make them slightly less puffy. If you want to get rid of puffy eyes and black bags, you just need to get more sleep, I think. We don't do that, but it's all good. Pesquier tells me that SPF 50 sun cream and retinol and good sleep. I think that's probably fair, dude. One thing I can...
Hi Paul, how does Argentina have no competition on their side of the bracket?
Because Portugal didn't finish where they should have, dude. That's why. Because Colombia are where Portugal should be, because Portugal didn't play as they were expected to. That's it. That's just that's how it works. The seeds are the seeds. Not all the seeds always do as well as they thought they should. Balls Doug, thank you very much for the support. That's really, really kind. So Cape Verde shouldn't be there. Argentina, in theory, should have a harder game than most others, like England, because Argentina are playing a team that finished second in their group. But Cape Verde got 3 draws, I think it was, wasn't it? And somehow came second in their group because other teams in their group underperformed. You know, it's just a bad luck. In theory, Argentina should have had a harder game because they were playing a team second, whereas most other groups are playing a team that finished third, like England have played Congo, who finished third in their group, right? Argentina got lucky because Cape Verde finished where they finished. That's not their fault. They should also have had Portugal in the next round, but Portugal underperformed. They were a seed and they didn't play like one. They didn't win their group. Was there a tomato? That was a timer. A timer. Balls Doug, thank you. Jumbo Pants, thank you as well. Yeah, coming back to the SPF 50 and all the other stuff, Quantum, I think for me, because I'm a streamer, I'm indoors a lot. I think I don't get in the sun very much, so I'm going out for walks a lot now, so maybe I'm going to start aging like crazy, but I always wear a cap and I always wear sunglasses and whatnot, you know. Holly, thank you for the raid. I hope you're good. Any luck today? No. I finally got a blaze with a scope after about 5 hours, and then I got killed at Tissy. The loot economy on this particular patch is insane compared to normal. Like hunting rifles and scopes and guns in general just seem like really sparse, like tediously so. Holly, thank you for the raid though. I hope you had a good one. I hope all is well. It's so strange. I've been running with a Glock for 5 hours. Yeah, well, I got a plate carrier from a convoy, but the convoy was despawning, so it wasn't all there. It was from a zombie on a convoy. I looted so many hunting spawns and eventually found a blaze, and then after that I found a second. And then I found a scope for the blaze at a hunting stand right next to Tissy military base. And they just seem to have completely changed it. I feel like blazes and scopes only spawn in the very top corner of the map now. And like the loot economy is weird. I do wonder if they're using some kind of different loot economy from Badlands or something. They're playing with something, but it's kind of broken at the moment, I think. It is playing very weird. So I'm trying a different route this time. I'm going to try and get to Green Mountain and go somewhere else. How many more games has Ronaldo got left in him? I'm not sure he had yesterday left in him, to be honest. But he scored his penalty, you know. He didn't seem that busy to me. Yeah, cheers for the raid, Holly. It's been weird. I've been kind of enjoying the challenge, but 4 or 5 hours to get any kind of gun, and then I just got fucking sniped at Tissy. It was kind of... I shouldn't have been up the tower I was up, to be fair, but nonetheless. Yeah, apparently that's the case. It's been leaked via his sister that he's going to retire after this tournament. Yeah, I heard the same. That's it. Toad. Nope, no sign of the scout. There's a convoy spawn over this way. We can check in a minute though. If we get lucky, there might be one. I'm going to have to loot Puster for some food though. Oh yeah, I think it'd be retiring from playing for Portugal. Yeah. They're apparently they're looking at potentially changing it, and they'll decide tomorrow, or it'll be announced soon, something like that. It would be wise choice. Keep his pride and stop while he's still one of the best. I think he's almost gone on slightly too long, if I'm honest. But nonetheless, he's got 3 goals. He's performing enough, you know. But I think he's. I don't know. I certainly think he should retire from international football now after this tournament. He's been an absolute goat. Him and Messi have been head and shoulders above everybody else. You know, I think it is the right time. 41 is so hard. There's no way he can be the same level as he was 5, 6, 7 years ago. I really need to take more care with the zombies. I can't afford to keep getting hit, to be honest. Is he not aggroing on me? I was gonna... Those sometimes have food. Oi! Wait, fuckface. Messi does look a bit like he could play another World Cup, doesn't he? He really does look like he could do another one. But Argentina do play in a very different way. Like, I've not seen a lot of Argentina, but they clearly play entirely for Messi, you know. How do you feel about Harry Kane surpassing Ronaldo's best goal scoring season this year? I don't really care about that. I think what I care about is Harry Kane scoring for England, and I'm very I'm very pleased that he's got 5 goals so far, because he gets far too much stick from England fans. Like, even like really like avid football followers, I've seen a lot like digging him out, saying he doesn't score, he only scores when it doesn't matter. He's like England's record goal scorer. He got the golden boot in 2018 in the World Cup, you know. He has turned up for England. He played injured 2 years ago. He was still playing, he was still trying. He wasn't good enough, but he was injured, you know. Harry Kane is an absolute fucking legend, and he gets way too much stick, and like all of the fans at Bayern Munich fucking love him. That apparently the club want to give him kind of whatever he wants to get him to stay, you know. Like, he's loved over there, but everyone fucking hates him here because he played for Tottenham or something. I don't really understand, but well, maybe Arsenal fans do, or Chelsea fans might perhaps, but I think Harry Kane's a fucking hero. Messi got paid 15 million to be in a Spider-Man ad and said 5 words. Holy shit. I need some of that Messi money. think I did I? I'd best loot it. I'm not really been paying attention. B-Trip, it's not confirmed, dude. There's no guarantee it's going to be moved. Apparently they're looking at it and they may bring it forward, but it's not a 100% guarantee as yet. Read the article wording carefully. What's it like having a Mank for an editor? I know, Delta Romeo. I let him put a few Manu digs in here and there. It's fine. The reality is those digs is all he's got as a menu fan for the last couple of years, isn't it? You know, so if it helps him feel happier, then I'm fine. Crazy. The loot is so low. This bullet's in the hunting shop, did I? I'll have a look back in a sec. Food is pretty low. Do you still get fruit from trees? You do, but it's pretty low value, dude. I've got a cold in the game, Artix, yeah. Redline, thank you for gifting Holly the sub. Appreciate it, by the way. Sorry, it took me a while to see it. Thank you very much. Sorry, it took me ages to see that, but thank you very much. There's a pack of slugs, was there? Okay, right, that's enough war. Can't be fucked anymore with that. There, but anyway, slugs will actually be useful if I've got the with the single barrel shotgun. It would be fairly useful for a bit. Oh yeah, I missed them on there. I do often miss loot on that sack there. It's just something that's easy to miss somehow. I don't know. They haven't got a knife even. Davy Jones, very cool. There isn't a VOD, dude. I've been talking about it on stream, but there's no VOD of it. I haven't done a video like the Freshborns have done or anything, but I enjoyed playing Badlands. It was fun. The DayZ trip was insanely cool. The day to Chernarus in particular. If you can see some videos on my Insta of like some of the stuff I saw when we were going around Chernarus, and that was very, very cool. I don't have the football on, Paddy. No, I've not got that. Oh fuck me! I need to focus on these Zeds more. I'm gonna lose too much health because I keep getting hit by zombies. There's no timescale yet, Delta. Well, it's clearly not now. They're doing experimental patches. I think it's going to be autumn, you know, September, October, November. G-Hive, good luck with the long-distance relationship, dude. All the best with that. My girlfriend and I are trying this whole long-distance relationship thing. I have to stay 100 feet away from her at all times. Also, the police say I should stop referring to her as my girlfriend. Dead. Right, there's no convoy, because that's where we'd see it, just on where those bushes are in front, past the power lines. Yeah, we've seen some aminals, but I've not seen any on this life. But I can't cut them up even if I see any, can I? You know, so I can't do anything about them. I found loads of 308, but there was no knives. You know, kind of typical. Royce, thank you very much for the 69. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Len, I'd start on vanilla if you can, dude, just to get a bit of a feel for the game. Just have a 20 or 30 hours on vanilla so that you understand what vanilla is before you play modded, because if you play modded you won't know what the difference is, you won't know what the mods are, you know. I'd play vanilla for a while. 20 to 30 hours is short. I'd play for longer than that, but as long as you can. England are playing at Mexico at the Azteca dirt marker. Yeah, we've talked about it quite a lot today. It's certainly a big challenge from the altitude point of view for England compared to Mexico. Well, at least I saw that one. David, if you're full health and you start starving, you've got an hour until you die. But as your health goes down, you start moving slower. When you're yellow health and then red health, you start limping and whatnot, and you travel slower. I'm still not particularly worried right now, but if I go to yellow or something, I'll be worried. I'll be more worried. Yeah, I broke my legs twice today as it is. I think that's enough. Fuck me. 2 more. Gonna be yellow fairly soon. Oh, that's handy. If I find food, at least I can open it. These were dropped by a player and they're still wet. There's a can of tack back where I'm at, mate. I didn't see it. I'll grab it though. Or Sparks, you're hoping I'm going to find it, are you? I don't know if you're saying there is some or if you're hoping I'm going to find some. You're hoping for it. Ah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, getting a can of tack back off a zombie would be good. Tactical goggles, yes please. Sounds kind of indoors. Sounds close, doesn't it? Hi Spoden, hope you're good. I think those shots, they sounded like they were echoing, like they were indoors, but I think they were just in the forest. So I think if we go down this way, just somewhere down the hill, there'll be somebody looting a dead body, probably. I've not really got the gear for this, but I'm going to have a quick look. sounded really close. I have got these new plugs in, but I think it was around where I am now, maybe just a touch further down the forest. Right, I've got to go to the summer camp. I need to try and find some food. I need to go to Sosnovka, so if they might have been shooting wolves or something. I didn't hear wolves, but that doesn't mean there wasn't any. You don't always hear them. It sounded more like a firefight or an execution than wolves, but anyway, the next place they go after that could be this summer camp, so we might as well go and look. But there's no indoors down there. Like the way down the hill there's no indoors. Like the way the shots were, there's nothing down there. There's no building. I don't think the shots were here. I think they were more down the hill. Oh, fuck! Fuck, I missed the door. Fuck's sake. How's the run going? I'd say that's about how the run's going. Fuck. I already made it into the door. It was too late. I knew it was too late when I didn't get turned around straight away. Oh well, what a great fucking run. That's how the run's going. Yeah, great. The same as yesterday, but worse. Fuck me dead. Experimental is crazy. The loot economy is all over the place, but nonetheless, it is what it is. You know that's that. No, it was to the south, Mike. The shots weren't in the tower. Yeah, I'll go and watch the Australia-Egypt penalties. I might as well, saying Kojima. That's not a bad shout. Royce, thank you very much for the 69. Redline, thanks again. Tiago, thank you for the follow. Guys, that's it from me. I will be back again on Sunday. Unless they did, if they put the England game on early, like they're saying they're going to, then I won't be back Sunday because the England game's going to be on at 7 p.m. So if the England game's brought forward, there'll be no stream. But the England game is on later, like planned, then I'll be streaming on Sunday. Otherwise, I'll be on Monday. But anyway, thanks a lot for coming in, peeps. Really appreciate it. Fucking shocker of a day. I don't know. Hopefully the economy changes on experimental. We shall see. But I shall be back. Hope you have a good rest of the day, peeps. I'll catch you next time. Take it easy. Love you. Bye.